All right. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. Dooner. What's up, Sim? How you doing? Things can only get better. That is the perfect song. It is the perfect theme song for Kerbal. That had to have been on purpose. There is no way that there's no way that they didn't plan that. It's perfect. It's perfect. All right. Let me get the performance monitors up. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I got to send off a message real quick. That's right. All right. Give me 1 second. Nice. All right, cool. Did you really just jump on stream? Do you really just jump on stream as soon as you wake up? Yeah, pretty much, creep. I don't wear this shirt for nothing. Yeah, no, I pretty much. Yeah. I start my day, dude. Like I don't just get up and come out to the garage, dude. Okay. So today was a little messed up because I pushed myself a little too hard yesterday. But what I usually do is I usually get up about an hour before I start the stream, take a shower, make breakfast,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
talk with Bree for a little bit, and then I basically come out here. I turn on everything in the garage, flip on all the lights, make my coffee, and then we start. And that usually takes about an hour. So, I mean, it's not like get out of bed and stream. I used to do that once upon a time, like a long time ago. You boys have been streaming for a long time. When I was like 24, 25, yeah. Oh, yeah. 26, somewhere there. Yeah, I'd just get up and just flip the stream on and go. Yep. Hey, Cyborg, 34-month resub. Forbidden cookie dough. Electron, I have a craft file that falls apart with multicolored dots bug. It's the micro ST1 strut, but there are other parts that cause that problem. Actually, what I was doing just a second ago is I shot off a bug report to the developers about what happened with fixing the save yesterday and how we went about fixing it and how it's working for other people. Deleting certain parts in the scene will allow you to write saves again. So I'm tracking it. I'm kind of just keeping it in the back of my head, and we're tracking the I'm tracking how that bug works, and I want to squash that one. That's the one I want to figure out. In terms of internet, you are old. That's very true. Jackery, I've been streaming for a very, very long time. Doesn't seem like it, but hey, whatever. It doesn't have any struts, so it must be something else. I think there are other parts that cause that problem, Electron. Yeah. There are other parts that there's a piece of anomalous code in one of the parts that whenever you place it, it just causes all kinds of problems. I don't know enough about code to be able to say what it does. I know it's enough to cause problems. Show us the Discman again, Grandpa. I don't know why this is on. I don't keep it on my desk, but it's there. All right. Yeah, I shot off a bug report to the developers about saves, and I should include the micro strut. I should include that. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I sent I sent them an essay about what we did yesterday and why like certain vehicles were lagging, etc., etc. Two threads on the bug forum about the ST1. I didn't so much mention the ST1, but I did mention the like fixing the save and stuff. Yeah. And you know what? I'd be curious to go back and look. Let's go in here. Pop. Well. Word. We'll just leave Bill and Jeb there for a second. I mean, here's my deal. Like, I'm not on the dev's payroll, but also at the same time, like, I make more money if the game does good. So, that's my payroll, if anything, dude. If we're gonna reduce it to that, I mean, I don't do this for money. I do it because I love it. But it is in my best interest that it does work, don't you think? Any word on optimization? So, Franken, we should have something coming in the coming week. So, you know, if I had to put my finger on it, I'd say next week, end of next week, maybe the beginning of the week after that. But they are working hard. They're working hard on squashing bugs. Look at the new buff engines. Oh. Oh, very nice. Cool. You talked to Dakota. They're saying weeks, not months for the first update. Tons of stuff on the docket for the first patch, and they say the team is in great spirits. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that is the gist of what I've been hearing. Grav. Antares, how you doing? Yeah, there you go, Franken. That's a good call. Yeah, Zeros, I like it. I like designing around the bugs. My lander has these. I'm pretty sure my lander has one of these on it. Damn cubic octag causing problems. There is no beta release, Robroy. It's early access, so there's no beta release. So no, they wouldn't have, because there wasn't one. Right? Yeah, Dakota does good work. Where's the... Oh, wait a minute. That's right. We're not... We're not in Kerbin. I'm like, where's the ship? Not at Kerbin. That's for sure. Yeah, dudes, you want to see this? Check this out. If you didn't see us get up to the ice caps on Duna yesterday, ready? I'm gonna mute the music for a second. And I'm gonna turn the volume up here. If you know that noise, you know that noise. Yeah. Crimson King, dude, for sure. It's quite good. So we're up on the ice cap. We're up on the ice cap and trying to find out where some anomalies are. Trying to see what we can see. Any aurora? Well, you wouldn't get an aurora effect on Mars, I don't think, because there's no magnetic shield. One second. So while we're here, check out Ike. Oh. Alright, well, okay. I was looking for an anomaly around here, but I still can't find it. I'm not sure where it is. I think the next place we wanted to go and check was down here. I was also trying to see if Duna has some type of, something like Olympus Mons, but I don't really see any mountains up here. But we did find a gigantic honking crater, and we parked on the edge of the crater right there, and it was, dude, it was insane. I think I want to try to make my way south here. Mars has local patches of magnetic field and faint auroras happen there. That's seriously wild. Interesting. Green, I wouldn't rule it out, but it could happen. I'm having a lot of fun with KSP too. Like, we haven't even gotten into building planes yet. I love KSP 1. Are the problems with KSP 2 something to overlook before the patches and updates? Days, man, I love this. I love Kerbal 2. It's quite good. With that being said, it is very rough. Very rough. It's an early access game that just came out. And it does have a little bit of a high price point for an early access game. However, it is definitely Kerbal. Oh, it's Kerbal. It feels right. And that's, if you don't know me, I have 15,000 hours in KSP 1. Easily 15,000 hours. Like, I've played it almost every day as my job for the past, like, 8 years. That's kind of sad. Anyway, it feels like Kerbal. It's definitely KSP. Oh, yeah. No, it feels right. The foundation is there, but the game is a little rough. Yeah. Game's a little rough right now. But I'm having fun. What I like to do, guys, is, you know, Kerbal's about overcoming challenges, right? I see the bugs as just a way to, another challenge to overcome. That's how I played KSP 1. I just tried to figure out a challenge. You know, tried to figure out a way, you know, around the bugs, and that's what we've been doing. I mean, there is one. My lander does have infinite fuel here. I have infinite fuel with the lander because the game decided to drain all the fuel out of this thing. And I'm not exactly sure why, but yeah. So we have kind of infinite fuel going on here, but for people not with your Kerbal knowledge, it's really rough. More than I thought it would be. Yeah, Gabe. All that blabbering about hierarchy building for me really kind of paid off, dude. I know what works and I know what doesn't, and it seems to have a similar hierarchy. So, yeah. I can see if someone doesn't have a, if someone doesn't, hasn't specifically trained for 15,000 hours to try and beat the Kraken, that it would be very difficult. That's why I'm not sugarcoating it. It's rough, dude. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I've never heard you say I can't do that. I refuse to. You might not, you can't say it with certainty, dude, because you don't know until you try, right? Miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Scott said that. I don't do that. I don't say I can't do it. I try it, and then if I actually can't do it, then I'll say I can't do it, All right, let's get out of here. Jeb and Bill are on a fantastic voyage. I want to go south to the crater field here and see what we can find. Also, just low-key working on my Duna ascent. I want to see if we can go down here and explore this kind of valley thing going on right here. See this? That's where I want to head. Also, the music in this game is 10 out of 10. Seriously, some of the best musical soundtracks I've ever heard. No, I haven't found any anomalies yet, Tessa. Interesting, DX, yeah. I haven't found an Easter egg yet, though, no. Yes, Panda, I definitely see it. Yeah, dude, when we were at the rim of this crater over here, we were at the rim of that gigantic freaking crater, and, dude, it's like a sheer cliff down. It really, I was like, okay. I found some anomalies. I haven't found any anomalies on Duna yet. I've been exploring around, and I kind of came up here this way. We went over here first. I'm going to go down here and check this valley out, see what we can find. I was wondering if you could help me find more stuff on the mothership, Mars transfer vehicles, that is at the bottom of this. It's a concept, dude. That's a concept. It's not. I'm finding Duna's atmosphere to be a lot more soupy than I remember. Yeah, it's a little more soupy than it was, Tessa. The war drums in the background, dude, make it so good. Have the devs give any idea about when it will be finished? They've released a roadmap, dude, but there's no date. But I have heard I've heard that it's going to come at us a lot quicker than we think it is. That's right from like the creative director and one of the community leads now. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the developers are on the hook for it now, because everybody here paid $50 for this game. You're on the hook for it now. You better get that done, you know. Now that I think they'll do. It's a little bit different, dude. I'll admit my kind of experiences here are a little bit different because I know them. I've met the senior dev team for Kerbal 2. They flew me out to Amsterdam a little while back to play Kerbal 2 like 3 weeks ago. So, I mean, it's different when you can put names to faces, right? And I'll tell you guys exactly what I told them. Look, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, dude. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. If there's something wrong with the game, I'm going to tell you. You know, like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but if there's something that I see that needs to be fixed, I will let you know, because it's in my best interest that the game does well. And they were like, dude, please say something. Yes, absolutely. And I'm like, well, oh, it's not the answer I was expecting, but all right. Interesting, Tessa. How will you go back to Kerbin? I have the transfer vehicle, Yudi. Man, some of these craters, though. I'm looking around for a Duna anomaly. I just don't see it, dudes. I was just gonna hop, MGB. Yeah, I'm looking around for a Duna anomaly. It's supposedly here, but I don't see it. Yeah, exactly, Chuck. That's exactly what they said. They're like, please, 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 please. Yeah, I don't know, Lemprod. A screenshot isn't gonna help, you know, with that. But yeah, that doesn't look right. It's all the same guy. Yeah, Howard is the music guy, Pogo, and gosh dang, is he a legend. The music is what I'm the most surprised about with KSP2. I didn't really realize, you know, how much of a difference that actually makes. You know, having dynamic event-driven music like that, such a big deal, dude. Like, I'm very, very impressed. I even said something. I said something to Nate. I'm like, dude, I told the creative director, I'm like, give your sound guy a raise, please. Give your sound guy a raise, like, now. He thought it was funny. The music is so good and chill, it makes me fall asleep during your streams. You know what? That's cool. Only complaint on music is that it needs more cowbell. I got a fever. Track. I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell. Alright? I gotta have more cowbell, baby. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Gotta have more cowbell. Alright, that's enough. Guess what? Got a fever. The only prescription is more cowbell. That crater's standing out to me. How about we land on that one? That one looks weird. Let's go. Please, what is bugged about the octagonal strut? It seems to break craft and save games if you put the strut, if you put that micro strut in things, Mitosi. It looks a little too perfect. Yep, we're going down there. He's going down there. I wouldn't. Dum, 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 dum. Just an encounter node, Hawkmed. We don't have like the whole gravwell of the planet and stuff. Does look a little sus. Yeah, Tessa, we'll pick this one. Dude, this part of the sound. You hear the low? That boom, 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 boom. Dude, he's driving. Howard's driving the back end of the song with a synth, and it's playing an extremely low note right there. But the way the low is mixed into that part of the song, dude, that gets me hyped up. Like I'm not trying to nerd out on sound design, but I know a little bit about it, but not a lot. See, there's no low right there in this part of the song. There's no like bass, right? It's just the horns.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now, there's a little bit there. There's a little bit. It's just a little bit. It's like it sounds like a cello in the back. Now the low is the war drum there. There it is. There it is. That's good. I like that a lot. That's really good. That's really well composed music, man. Hey, Raid. Yeah, we're here. I'm searching for anomalies. It's quite good, Tessa. It's really good. The war drums, dude, get me... Dude, the war drums get me fired up. I don't see nothing. Dude. Look at how hilly this area is. There's the lows right there. Oh. We're down. This crater is pretty cool, though, I will say. Dude, you really don't see the parallax on the terrain until you get down here. Like, look at how high that freaking peak is, man. Yeah, Baba Dev, indeed. I'm with you. That's what's really surprising me. Like, how much I want to go to the other planets just because I want to hear the sound. Need some hot engine action? Always. I have all the task managers up still. Oh, hello. That's pretty neat. It's pretty good, man. Hang on. That's the best part, dude. That's good, man. Crater. Come on, do something. Ah? Ah? Ah. That smile. That damned smile. He's like, wow, this is nice. Ah. Why is one eye way bigger than the other? Because it's Jeb. Jeb always looked a little bit derpy. Actually, I was hearing that how derpy the eyes is linked to like a stat for the Kerbals. So if their stupidity indicator is higher, they'll have more derpy eyes. Which makes... That's really funny, actually. That makes me laugh. Yeah, they have more derpy eyes. If their courage is higher but their stupidity bar is lower, their eyes are more normal. So like Jeb has high courage and high stupidity, so he has like a killer smile, but his eyes are like da. Like here, let's use Bill as a test. Yeah, see, Bill's eyes are less derpy because his stupidity meter is not as high. They're still a little derpy. I'm sorry. The rigging on the eyes is funny. Like if they look to the right, one eye goes this way for a second and then the other eye turns. So it's like It's so, and then they always, when they blink, it's like one. They don't blink like at the same time. It's like two winks. Did you just scratch your butt, Bill and Jeb? Yeah, there's people watching, man. These are the eyes of a steely-eyed rocket man. Marvin is not derpy at all. It's because Marvin's really smart, PY, yeah. Go to Duna. Just yawn a little bit. Val should have stupidity and courage maxed out. Jackery. Val is basically the female Jeb. Dude, even the little noises right there, adjusting the helmet. That's, dude. Sound design on this game literally gets a 10 out of 10 for me. Like, it doesn't get that much more perfect than what they have here. I did notice some things here and there. So maybe not a 10 out of 10. I'd say like a 9 out of 10. I did notice some things. There's a lot of reverb down here on the surface. And I'm not sure if Mars is like that in real life. But if we listen, it sounds like they're in an empty room. Listen. Hear the reverb? I don't know if the surface of Mars is like that. If the surface of Mars is like that, then, oh, please, then I'm completely wrong, you know, like. Does Duna have moons? Yeah, we have Ike, Alterabu. It sounds like you're walking inside of a cave. There's some gnarly reverb going on here. The sound is from the sounds that we'd hear inside of the suit. I don't think you would ever hear reverb inside of a suit, Tessa. Am I wrong? I will say this, though. This is one thing that KSP2 has completely up on KSP1, walking around on the surface. Extravehicular activities is like 1,000 times better in KSP2 than it is 1, even right now. Look at how seamless this is. Dude, I could land the exact same lander down on the surface of Duna with the exact same parts, exact same part count, and it wouldn't simulate like this. See how smooth it is? It's very smoothed out. That's really, really nice. The animation is nice and crisp. That's really good. That KSP2, KSP1 cannot do that. It cannot do this. You didn't see Matt Lown's rover video? No, Matt. I know Matt, but I haven't, dude, I haven't been able to watch any of his videos because I've been streaming Kerbal too much. Hey, Yodas. What's going on? Nice name. Why is that, PY? First sound recorded on Mars. Let me see. Let's hear this, O-Force. Yeah, there's not a lot of reverb on that. There's not a lot of reverb. I remember this from the Perseverance landing. Well, we do hear wind. That's for sure. There's definitely a wind noise. And that battery is supposed to be down here. And this thing was supposed to have a fuel cell, but that's long gone. See what I mean, guys? Look at how all these parts on the lander are all bent. Something's wrong with this craft file. Something is very wrong with that craft file. I definitely did not place that like that. But anyway, where are we going next, dudes? Are we going to try to search for another anomaly, or?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Yoda, hey, welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. I'm trying to find the pimple, dude. I can't find it. I thought that this may have been it, dude, but here's the reverb. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Matt's copy of KSP2 seems the most broken. Interesting. Have you checked if Ike has its own OST? I haven't, Flora, no. Yeah, Ando, I got that part, yeah. I haven't found anything that looks like a pimple, to be honest. Unless that's it right there. What's that? Are you looking for secret stuff on Duna? Yeah. We could try that crater right there. That's not a long hop. We could try that one. Yeah, Pudmund, the lander's fuel got drained on the way here. I don't know how that happened. I'm still trying to figure that one out. So I'm just looking around. I don't want to just keep perpetually hopping like permanently on Duna. We should probably go back up to the ship sooner rather than later. Let's go to Ike then. We'll come back later. All right. I'll send the whole transfer vehicle out there. All right. Let's go see what's going on Ike. I don't want to just keep using infinite fuel until we find the anomaly. I'll have to... We'll do another mission when the game is a little less glitchy next time. What are the two planets visible in the real-world night sky, and have they always been so bright? Now, Little Freedom, it's Venus and Jupiter right now. Yeah, and they're brighter at certain times because they're closer, dude. Yeah, it seems a lot more brighter. It's reflecting the same amount of light, but it's a lot closer. In an actual game, would you set up a scan for the full planet? Exactly, Cooking, yeah. At least I think it's Venus and Jupiter right now. What, are they near anything, Nalol, or are they kind of just close to each other? Because planets they look like they're getting close to each other. In reality, it's a straight line between the planets. Right now, are we expecting that to change? What do you mean, Trek? It is, you see it in the window? Let me take a look, dude. So there's a app that I use that helps me figure out what stuff is, and you guys should get this. It's a, where is it? It's called Planets. And Planets, if you, like, hold it up to the sky, you can see what everything is. So, like... If you can turn it and it'll say what everything is. Right now it's Jupiter. Yeah, Jupiter and Venus are basically in conjunction, not in conjunction with each other, but they're right next to each other. They're behind or in front of the constellation Pisces right now. Yeah, use that if you want to figure out what stuff is. It's super easy. But yeah, they're next to each other, which is actually pretty cool. That just means that, like, if we zoom out, like, I mean, we'll use Kerbal, for instance. So, like, that's Kerbal right there, right? And say, like, Duna was right here. Duna was right there, and then Dres was behind it. They would look like they're next to each other from the surface of Earth. That's all. Yeah, they're just coming near each other from our point of view. Alright, so we gotta launch north. Ready? Let's get out of here. Time for the war drums. Dun 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 dun. The Venupiter conjunction is why it's been cloudy for the past week. Boss? Jim, is that some weird astronomer black magic or what? Bum, bum, bum. Dude, the war drums, man. The war drums! Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, okay, I got you. Dun, 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 dun. It's early access, Evan. She's a little rough right now, but yeah, it's not too bad. You gotta remember, so, and here, let me just shut the music for a second. So, Evan, I'm not making excuses for the game. She's rough, and the simulation rate kind of sucks. But with that being said, those aren't necessarily frames. So frames in KSP don't work exactly like frames for like Call of Duty would work. Okay, that's important to understand. And I'm not trying to say you don't know what we're talking about. We are getting terrible freaking frames. We're getting terrible frames because of the sim. So Kerbal has to simulate all these parts. Okay, like if I have this part crash onto the surface, it has to detect the hitbox, right? And it has to detect how fast it hit the ground, etc., etc., and it has to detect if it's going to blow up. All those calculations take up a lot of processing power. They absolutely do. Simulation work is very difficult for a computer. It's tough on a computer. With that being said, this is still pretty bad. We're getting a pretty bad sim rate, and we're getting okay frames. So, like, it says we're getting 15 frames a second, but if I rotate the camera like this, see how smooth that is? So we're actually getting pretty good frames. It's the simulation. That's the simulation frame rate, I'm pretty sure, from what I can tell. The frames are actually okay. See how seamlessly I can move this around and it's not a big deal? And then if I pause the game, right? See, it's the same kind of smooth camera movement, but it stopped the simulation. Look at my frames now. Frames shot up to 100, right? So the simulation is a little bit unoptimized right now, but it is early access, and I know it. I got it on firsthand from the developers that's done kind of. It's not on purpose. It's supposed to be bad. It's just minimum viable. So they're gonna upgrade it from here. It's gonna get better. They went with early access. They went with early access in the truest sense of the word, dude. So take that for what it's worth. I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna lie to you. KSP2 is very rough right now. It is very rough. It's rough. Oh yeah, it's very buggy, very rough, but it's fun, man. It definitely feels like Kerbal, if that makes any sense. Like, and if you don't know me, I've played KSP1 for 10 years straight, dude. I streamed it. It's my main game. So I don't know. Take that for what it's worth. When is it planned final release? Norway, we don't have a timeline for that, but once again, I got it from the developers that it's going to be sooner rather than later. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but they said even the first patch, the first big patch, guys. Supposedly, I don't know this for sure, but supposedly the patch that's coming is going to be not just like, oh, we're squashing a couple of bugs. It's going to be a big patch. That's why it's taken a couple of weeks. So I don't know what the time frame is necessarily for KSP2. It's turbo. Sorry, I sneezed. I don't know what it is necessarily, dude, but I'll tell you, at a $50 price point, I could probably say with confidence that it's going to come sooner rather than later. I don't know if it's like a year or two, but I have it on word from the devs, like firsthand, that stuff's going to come quick. And they're not going to like wait a couple of years between patches like they did with KSP1. That's not happening. And I have that right from Nate. Nate's the creative director for KSP2. That's right from him. It's going to happen a lot quicker than you think. Gesundheit. Dankeschön. Yeah, Oculus. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But see, the flip side of that, if you want to look at it from an optimist point of view, like I refuse to let KSP2 bother me. Like I'll figure the stuff out, you know? If you look at it from the optimist point of view, KSP1 was buggy as hell. Every challenge that I see here, every bug that we overcome is just another engineering problem to me. That's how my brain works. Now, as a consumer of video games, a fine consumer of video games, that's not really a good way. It's not really a good way to do that. But with Kerbal's my one exception. Like if I went and bought Call of Duty and Call of Duty was in early access for $50 and it was this buggy, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, guys, what are you doing? What are you doing? But since it's Kerbal, I love this game, and I try not to let my bias of how much I love Kerbal screw with me too much. Like, because it's a sandbox game and it's doing physics simulation, I will give it a pass. Like, and I know that's gonna piss people off, but yeah, doing simulation is rough, man. The fact that it works this good out of the box is actually kind of mind-boggling. That's pretty damn good simulation for like unoptimized, non-mass play tested. That's pretty freaking good. KSP 1 was buggy, but it wasn't $50. Yeah, Anderson, exactly. You're right. I think that the people that are kind of PO'd about this, the $50 price point is a little bit high. But if you want to, you want to say, look at that, $50 cash grab. If you want to look at it that way, if the developers are telling me, and not everybody has the luxury of talking to the devs, and I'm very humbled by it that they actually want an audience with me, which is kind of weird because I'm weird, dude. Look at me. Like, I have it on pretty good word that $50 is an investment. It's gonna the patches are gonna happen quick. They're gonna happen quick, for sure. They're gonna this is not like cash grab No Man's Sky style. This is early access, but it's early access done right. And if you guys go on the Reddit, you go look at people that are digging through the game files. A lot of the stuff that they're promising is legit already in the game. It's legit already there. And if it's not, the foundation for it is. So like base building's already in the game. It's already in the game. How do I know that? How do I know that for sure? How can I be like 100% sure? The devs could have just told me, "Oh, it's in the game, EJ." How could they have done that? Well, we saw trailers with them doing base building like 6 months ago. If you watch the docu-series that's coming out about KSP, they talk about base building and they show base building in that trailer. It's already in the game. It's already there. It's just offline. And they're going to slow roll out all this stuff so they can optimize around it. The whole idea is to be able to optimize around multiplayer. That's the whole idea. And that makes perfect sense. But once again, like, I'm not saying, well, here, just blindly spend $50 on a chance here because some guy on the internet said, like, I get it. That's not going to sell people on it. I understand. Like, and you ain't changing people's minds on the internet nowadays, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think that's what's going on. Maybe that helps. I don't know. What docuseries? Oh, dude, hold on. There's been a whole docuseries about KSP2, and I'm in it, actually, which is pretty rad. Like if we go real civil. That guy's cool. I like that guy. Yeah, if we go in here, right? And we go here, they've been releasing like docuseries videos. Oh, where is it? You're pretty rad. Thank you. I'm in one of the videos. They asked me to be in one of them. It's not on the KSP. Maybe it's Private Division. Maybe it's Private Division's channel. Private Division is the publisher for KSP. Let me find it. Yeah, see? Kerbal Space Program 2, Episode 6. Like, the Episode 1 through 5. So there's things on interstellar travel, right? There's the Celestial Architecting video. That's Nate right there. That's the guy that I talked to. Nate's cool. He's good people. So, for what it's worth, Nate, that dude, he's a KSP1 player before he even started working on KSP2. He has like 4,000 hours in KSP1, so he's definitely one of us. And I may or may not have like sized him up the first time I met him. I'm like, what do you know about Kerbal? What do you know about Kerbal, boy? I'm like, yeah. How'd you get to do, like, he's like, I would do this, 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 and this. I'm like, okay, all right, you're good. Here, if we want to put one of these things on here. Also, shameless plug for Private Division, because they have another game called Outer Worlds. If you guys like the original Fallout games, Outer Worlds is done by the same people. Just thought I'd put it out there. Yeah. Good game. Where's the Colonies gameplay? It's in here somewhere. The Kerbals. Work from home dev update. Next gen tech. Yeah, Private Division is they're a publisher, Dusty. They're a publisher. That's the first thing to understand. There's the Breaking Ground official expansion. No. Enhanced Edition, Celestial Architecting. I'm missing it. Interstellar Travel. Here, let's try that one.
I remember plugging in our first engine, the Crucible, one of the first like interstellar engines that we like rated engines that we put in the game, and it didn't fit in the VAB as one part, and that's just the engine.
This is the only game
find it.
where you travel continuously from multi-light-year stars all the way down to the surface of an orbital body with sub-millimeter precision. This scale is so phenomenally different than any other game out there.
Everything in this game is way, way bigger. Not just a little bit bigger, not 2 times bigger. The human mind is not designed to even comprehend the distances we're talking about here.
Interplanetary travel is like sitting on the Earth and trying to aim a bow and arrow and hit the moon. Interstellar travel is like trying to hit a grape on the surface of the moon.
Very early in the development of KSP2, we understood that we wanted to have interstellar travel. You look at a map of the local area of the galaxy, and you see, like in the real world, closest star is about 4 light years away. You have no idea how far a light year actually is.
It's a long way.
This is one of the profound lessons that this game is going to teach to you.
Once you have braved all of the challenges of the Kerbaler system, you will now be able to build a sort of arc and carry it to an entirely new star, build a fresh new KSC, and you will have an entire new set of planets to play with. We have a little more liberty as we get away from the Kerbaler system to get a little more weird with it. And we are providing a window into how do those worlds look. The things I've seen in some of these show and tell meetings that the environment
It's in the
team is
game
putting
already,
out,
guys. They
it
just
blew
showed
my
pictures
mind
of
when
it.
I
That's
saw
what I'm
it.
trying to. That's what I'm trying to tell
Being
you.
able to look out over a horizon.
It's already there.
that
It's just
was
locked out.
Completely alien to me. That was something outside of my experience, and yet when I looked at it, I could say,
Oh, juicy! It's gonna be dope.
that looks like a real place. It was eye-opening.
You're gonna be sitting on the surface of a planet and you're gonna see a little speck of light off in the distance. That's only gonna be like a pixel. But that's a star, and that's something you can actually go and visit in the game. And it's gonna be...
I don't like pausing the videos when people are talking in the videos because I know people are paying attention. I just want to point out the ridiculousness of that. You will be able to see a star in the sky in KSP2 and go to it seamlessly. Think about that for a moment. And then think about the state of Kerbal 2 right now, where it's at. It's in an unoptimized state. It's in an unoptimized state because how the frick do you optimize that? How do you figure out a smooth way to do that without mass playtesting? There's no way that's happening. No way. No way, dude.
fully simulated from
That's-
point A to point B.
that's
from
bananas,
departure to touchdown at your destination. That's, I don't think, ever been done before in any game.
I'm trying to see where the base building stuff is. Oh, there's Chris right there. Trying to figure out, guys, they've shown the interstellar ships. They're not that one. They're here, but yeah. See, look, all this stuff's in the game already. It's all there. It's just locked out. It's all of it is there. See what I'm talking about? That's what I mean, dude. I'd say the roadmap is going to come a lot faster than you think it is. Some of the first label video. Yeah, here. Let's see if we can find it. Where are those dang videos? They're here somewhere. They showed base building like literally years ago. It's there. It's in the game. It's gonna be so gnarly when it. Yeah, exactly, Mad Mouse. I'm with you on that one, dude. Here, let's try next gen tech. Let's try next gen tech. Yep. See, all this stuff is already modeled, dude. It's all there. I just gotta find where the damn base building stuff is. Oh, I literally freaking... See? Look. I mean, it's in a rough state in this. This is early concept art. But this was early concept art 3 years ago, dudes. The gameplay stuff is around, and I'm now I'm bumming that I can't find it. It's here. Oh, that's when they went to the Museum of Flight. I'm not going to say I was there for that, but I was there for that. I wonder if you can see me walking in the background somewhere. How long do you think the roadmap will take to complete? Gaming, the point that I'm trying to make to you guys is that all this stuff is in the game, so the roadmap, I think, is going to come a lot faster than people think. Because, you know, you look at that roadmap, right? You look at, okay, Interstellar, base building, you know, multiplayer. You look at all that stuff and you say, that's not happening anytime soon, right? That would be my gut reaction if I didn't know what was going on. I'm not going to lie. I'd be like, you're going to implement all that. Okay, that's going to take a while. But the point that I'm trying to make is that it's already in the game. Multiplayer is already there. Base building is already there. It's already there. It's all in the game. It's just unoptimized, just like the simulation is unoptimized. And they're slow rolling it on purpose so they can make sure that they can do slow incremental optimization and then introduce multiplayer and then slowly optimize that. And they're doing parallel development of modules. And that right there was my selling point for KSP2. The parallel development is why I'm like so gung-ho about this. Because if they were like, oh, we'll develop multiplayer later. Well, trying to retrofit something that's designed for single player with multiplayer post-release doesn't really end well. Fallout 76, I'm looking at you. See what I'm talking about? That doesn't really end well. That's really not good for on a development time frame, is it? No Man's Sky, right? See what I mean, dudes? That's what I'm talking about. Like, I know it sounds ridiculous, and I'm not, like, I ain't trying to sell nobody on this, because you ain't gonna change people's minds. But this is early access done correctly. It's done correctly, and we'd be able to extrapolate that just by looking at the videos. But I mean, you can take solace. Like, I know the devs. I know them. They're good people. I know exactly what they're doing because they told me. Like, Fallout 76 is fun, but noteworthy. That shows exactly what I'm talking about. If you try to retrofit Fallout with the Quake engine, which I still think is a phenomenal piece of software, if I do say so myself, trying to splice. So for Fallout 76, they spliced Quake's netcode, the Quake engine's netcode, into Fallout's engine, which is pretty damn impressive. The fact that that even worked is actually pretty damn cool. It's just that Fallout 76 was kind of not fun. But it's gotten better. It's gotten better, I will say that. Yeah, without NPCs was a mistake. That was a big mistake. You forgot to tag me. Did somebody find it? The only problem I had was the price point. Yeah, Wolf, I got you. I got you. For sure. What about this video? Let me see it, Biff. One more video and then we'll get back to Duna. There it is. There's the stuff. See? Those are station components right there. But Logod, that's a fair criticism, I'd say. Fair, sure, dude. Biff, this is the video. This is the one I wanted to. Show you guys. Oh. I am going to abuse the ever-loving crap out of this. Yeah, Aqualux, for sure. I'm going to abuse the ever-loving crap out of this. I will make superhighways on Duna. You have my word on that. I don't care if it breaks the game. I don't care if we're getting 2 frames a second. I will abuse the crap out of this. See what I mean, dudes? So these assets right here, this is in a Unity development. This is in Unity, right? So the Unity dev tools, meaning that this is it. All you'd have to do is click one button and this can go into the game. That's why they have the Kerbal there for scale. This is right in a Unity 3D environment, meaning that it's already made. When base building comes out, you're never going to see me again. Well, you will see me again. I'll just be here the whole time. I don't think anybody in the outside world is going to see me again for a little while. I don't know, Noteworthy. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a fair criticism, dude, because just the environment right now, you know, like the how the economy is, etc., etc. But with that being said, dude, like, it's pretty damn good. Yeah, exactly, Aqualux, right? Yeah, I know, Ando. It's so true. Yeah, Metroid, exactly. Remember a long time ago? Yeah, you remember that, dude. I remember if we could take Kerbal and combine it with Stationeers, holy crap, that would be like one of the most insane games ever devised. Well, that seems to be what KSP2 is. Yeah, Forlorn, I don't know, you know, trying to be middle of the road on this, but I think it's worth it. I can't say that it's not. What the heck? Yeah, see, test scene for asset review. Yeah, Trevor, this dude. Yeah, I hear you. Look at Lathe, man. Is that Lathe or is that Drez? Drez, I don't even know. Or is that just a test planet? But see this? We're in trouble. You guys are in trouble. It will be impossible to get me away from this game for a little while because of these. Yeah, that's a VAB as well, guys. That's an assembly building. So from what I understand, if you ever use Kerbal Constructs in KSP1, Kerbal Constructs allows you to build structures down, and you can make VABs on other planets. That's what that is. KSP Skylines, Aqualux. That's what I'm going to do. But it's not only Skylines. Like there's very clearly base building scenarios here, like. Because you have geothermal power generators with cooling towers and stuff, right? And you have wind turbines and drills and whatnot. It's very clear that you're going to be playing cities like down on the surface. Lewis, that's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about. This game's going to be dangerous, man. Dangerous. Yeah, Ned, exactly. Dude, I will build a highway. I'll build a freaking highway, and we'll have like Australian-style road trains on the highway. We'll just tow stuff down there. Can we make Dyson spheres? I don't know if the game could get that crazy, Nalel, but I had an interview with Nate Simpson 3 weeks ago, like a face-to-face interview when we were in Amsterdam, like, and this was like on the record stuff. So that's why I bring it up, because this was on the record. Okay, so this wasn't like something he told me in passing. It was like, hey, dude, check this out, right? No. In this interview, I asked him, I go, how are you going to go from like KSP1 style gameplay to base building? And Nate laid down the entire roadmap to go from, you know, a Mark 1 pod with Jeb in a parachute to get some science, all the way to building a colonial arc ship going to the other star system, right? He laid it all out, and oh my God, like, that's all I have to say. This is the most important part. We were talking about base building, right? And this is where this pertains to it. We were talking about base building, and I'm like, so could I, like, turn the moon into Coruscant from Star Wars? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, I'm gonna turn the moon into Coruscant. You understand that? He's like, all right. All I got was all right. That's all I got. So if you don't know what Coruscant is the, like, capital planet in Star Wars. The entire planet is a city. The whole planet is a city. And I go, I will turn the moon or Minmus into Coruscant. And he's like, yeah, all right. That was on the record. I'm like, you're just going to leave me hanging there. I was kind of fishing a little bit. I was like, can we do this? Or can we not do this? Like, the reason why I asked that question is to see, like, how crazy can you get with city builders? And I didn't get, well, there's a hard limit. That's not the answer that's the answer that I was expecting. The answer that I got was, yeah, all right. I'm like, what? Yeah, Faradar, that's why I'm like, that's it? Just okay? Just okay? But see, when you think about it, guys, if city building stuff is not physically simulated, other than just being a collider, right? That would mean, like, okay, so you can crash into this, right? But it's not physically simulating the weight on the planet. It's just a static building like KSC, right? If that's the case, that means it's a graphics card bottleneck. It wouldn't be necessarily a simulation bottleneck. And KSP2 corroborates that pretty well because of how detailed the terrain generation is and how you can land on the planet pretty damn seamlessly. If the buildings are not physically simulated, that would mean buildings are physics-less parts that you can collide into and potentially destroy when they detect a hit, but they're not being physically simulated, like KSC is not physically simulated. If that's the case, then you should be able to build a monster, gigantor freaking city, and it would tax your graphics card more than it would tax the simulation, because it has to render all those dang buildings. But your boy just got a 3080 Ti put in the computer, so I'm gonna turn Minmus into a gigantic city. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I don't care if it's not conducive to building like in Kerbal. I'm gonna do it because I can. Yeah. Like, I don't even care if you're not supposed to do that. I'm going to. Yeah, exactly, Lego, right? Yeah, exactly, Faradar. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the answer that I got was, all right. Yeah. Yeah, you should do that. I'm like, huh. What do you mean? He's like, you should do that. I'm like, what? Nate, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I'm like, here I am getting all hot and bothered in a dang formal press interview. I'm like, don't you do that to me. Don't you just leave me with that. And then they were like, oh, the interview's over. I'm like, no. Why? No. Damn it. Dude, I swear that happened. That actually was a thing. I swear. You stay here, mister. I was like, what? You can't just dangle that in front of me and be cool with it. Yeah, Rares, it's gonna be awesome. How about building highways on Kerbin? Maybe you want another KSC that's a little ways north or something. Supposedly, because Kerbal, KSC is just a colony, right? If that's the case, that means you should be able to build those roads and stuff on Kerbin. Oh man, I am going to abuse the frick out of this game when base building comes out. Yeah, exactly, Sloth. There's nothing saying you wouldn't be able to do that. Dude, with those road components, you could build racetracks. You could build racetracks. People are saying Kerbal GP. You could build racetracks anywhere. And then when multiplayer comes out, you'd be able to race on said racetracks with your buddies. This is why I'm so hype beast about KSP. That's why. Alright, let's get up to the mothership. I'm bumming I couldn't find the dang Duna anomaly. Yeah, Sloth, right? And I hope I'm right. I'd like to remind everybody that this is just what I think is going to happen. Some of it I have from the devs, but they've been dangling bits and pieces here and there. But this is what I think is going to happen. Some of it is definitely my opinion in that analysis, so I could be wrong. But I don't think that I am, but I could be. Just keep that in mind. Also, Duna looks amazing. Yeah, chillin', exactly. How high could you build the bases? I'm not sure, Metroid. I should have asked that question. Yeah, no, frick that, Hip. I'm bucking that trend. I'm sick of people being pissed off about this game. I'm not gonna do it. I refuse to let this game bother me. I'm going to hype beast the hell out of this game. And I don't care who knows it, because the only reason I'm not doing it just out of some blind faith. I'm doing it because from what I've seen, this looks to be pretty damn good. The game can only get better. That's right, Snail. Indeed. Dude, I'm in, fellas. I'm in. I'm riding this train as far as it'll go. All right, so we got a rendezvous back with the mothership. And then, I'm honest, I don't know, should we keep the lander? There's something wrong with this craft file, which is the other reason why I'm getting terrible frames, but... Hey, Sneaky, what's going on? Sort of mechanized trace, drive to A, fly to B, space travel to C. Dude, it's gonna be amazing. Oh, also automated resource transfers, by the way. Yeah. Fly a mission from Kerbal to Duna, delivering minerals, and then set it as a mission to happen every couple of weeks, and it'll do it for you. Yeah. Yeah, you can automate the supply chains in KSP, so I'm hype. Hey, Postal, Duna! Yep. You guys just want to go to Ike. Now, I have my infinite fuel lander, but I notice we get terrible frames when the lander is next to the mothership, so maybe we should just go. Saddest Kerbal Factory. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do that. Guys, where's Ike? Let's set that sucker as target, and we'll just go that way. Yeah, just so we can get some better frames while we're exploring Ike. Because, yeah, when the lander is near the mothership, the game lags pretty hard. Yeah, Sethron. Yeah, we could. I have infinite fuel set because the game drained the fuel out of the lander for some reason, and I'm not exactly sure why it did it. But once again, if you look at parts on this lander, they're all crooked. See all the parts? They're all crooked and bent. Like, look at my RCS clusters. You guys, if you know me, you know I did not place that like that. See what I mean? All these parts are all bent up. So, I'm not 100% sure what's going on here, but something is definitely wrong with the lander. All right, Everest. Night. Shabby workmanship? Yeah, probably. Ah, that sucks, Glory. I think so, Apollo. If not, we have physicsless parts there. That strut, I know, is a ST Micro 4, which it would explain why the craft file bugged out, because everybody's saying that the ST Micro 1 is junk. Just circularizing up here. I gotta wait until Ike gets in phase here. We're just gonna wait for Ike to come around here. if we're going from polar, I have to wait until it crosses our orbital plane here. Okay. So now we want to get to Ike. We got to go from the far side here. Create a maneuver plan. Charles, do you want to create maneuver plan? Question. Charles, maneuver plan? Question. See, even making maneuver nodes with this craft is caca. Well, whatever. Here's how we're going to do this. We just need to do a Hohmann transfer, but it's a Hohmann transfer off of a polar axis. So all we got to do is when we get to the ascending node right here, we just got to burn prograde, and it should push Apodune high. Yeah, Apollo, well, yeah. I think it does more than just drift. I think it breaks the save. Alright. We're doing a transfer out here. And once we get a grav intercept here, boop. Ooh. It didn't want the transit. We're not going fast enough to get out there. Okay, I know how we can do this. We can do this a little bit different way. So Ike went past. That's okay. That's fine. So we'll go out to AP here, right? And our velocity is going to get really low when we're out at AP like this. So what we can do, this would be the opportune time to change the inclination of our orbit. So you see how my tilt is in polar right now. If I wanted to switch this to a equatorial orbit, right? If we were down low, it would cost a lot of delta V. But it doesn't cost a lot of delta V out here because we're further away from the center of gravity, right? So all we got to do is go here like this, and we can do an inclination change by burning coplanar normal like this. Nope, wrong way. We got to burn anti-normal like this. We're not going very fast. You can turn when you're going slower, right? And you go slow at AP, especially if it's far. So it shouldn't cost me much delta V to do that. Probably about 100, 150, as opposed to like maybe 1,000 down there. And then, now we're in an orbit that's kind of similar to Ike. If we go to prograde right here, right? Prograde is the way that the craft is going, and I just start boosting up the perigee, we will get a gravwell intercept here. Probably on the way down. Intercept 2, right there. Looks like I overboosted just a little bit, but see, I just did a 90-degree inclination change and an orbital boost for probably like maybe 130 delta V at best. What's the Ike periapsis? Let's get the RCS on, see if we can lower it. Get a close flyby here. 15 is good. All right, let's warp over here. And we should be catching up to Ike here. Something like that, Aqualux. It depends on the gravwell, dude. Really depends on the planet. It can be up to 3, 4, 5 times at least. Really depends on AP. But if you're talking about that specific one, yeah. See, now we have a little bit of a free return trajectory back to Duna here. Okay. Stand by for Ike music. Huh. Ike music. I like it. Hey. So Ike is supposed to be like Phobos, a moon of Mars.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Signer! You can, dude, but it's more about mastering the hierarchy, dude. Mastering the hierarchy is how I've been able to get this stuff to work. Would you say Deimos then, Jim? I'd say it's the most like Phobos, but yeah. Oh, I'm going there. Dude, look at some of the mountains on Ike. Oh, dude. Holy crap. All right, let's capture. Let's capture Ike. Holy balls, dude. Look at that thing. All right. Burn retro at PE. At Para Ike, I guess. Didn't like that. Retract the landing legs, dude. Appa Ike. Oh, we captured. Score. The landing legs pushing on the vehicle captured us. Oh, orbital velocity aqueducts. Yeah. I was thinking a different thing. I was thinking inclination change down there versus up there. But yeah, sure. Alright, what we gotta do is it actually pushed us down too low. We gotta go up a little ways. Too far. The Ike music is an absolute banger. Okay, there's a double grab assist off of Ike. We don't need that. That's what I want right there. The reason why is because I'm going to create maneuver bland. Charles, do you want the maneuver bland question? Oh yeah, this lander is broken. That's right. Charles, do you want the drink? You cannot have the drink. Charles, what do you want for dinner? Never mind the race that you're driving. Do you want spaghetti or rigatoni? Question. Starlink has been pushed till tomorrow. Cool. Thank you, Thomas. Forward! Forward! Steering wheel! Steering wheel! Gloves! Gotta burn anti-normal again, get those angry triangle emotes out. Are you gonna watch a Crew 6 docking? Absolutely, Liop. The reason why I'm doing this is I'm putting myself in polar, because polar allows us to basically orbit around the planet, so we can see the good landing sites. And actually, what I'm gonna do is do something similar to Minmus, and we are going to burn. We're gonna do a burn here. Actually, we're going to do another anti-normal burn. Now, what I'm doing, fellas, is I'm going to burn so our orbit, the longitude of ascending node of our orbit matches the terminator. We did that on Minmus, and that's a very good idea. I want my orbit to go this way. Now, this would be a little bit more hardcore of a maneuver with Delta V, but Ike is low gravity, so this isn't that big of a deal. I'm trying to put it on the terminator line so we can always, at least part of the ground that we're looking at will always be in the daylight. See? Matching the terminator line, basically where the shadow starts, right? Will make it so it's easier for us to spot cool landing sites, because there will always be some of it in the light, in the light. These are good surveying orbits, dude. You want to survey on the terminator line like this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Doctor, 17 months, and Fax Muldrake gifted us up to Lagnad. Thank you. All right. Actually, we could burn down. Let's go lower so we can see what we want to see. So, like, the crazy thing is, guys, is I have infinite fuel on with the lander. What I just did there was maybe 200 to 300 meters a second Delta V to change my orbit that much. You just got to figure out the right times when you want to change your orbit. Utilizing something that's called the O-berth effect is very, very useful. All right. So what is O-berth basically? All right. This is a real basic definition here. So the AP of an orbit is the slowest point in an orbit. The PE is the fastest point, right? The AP is the highest. So that's when you're the farthest away from the planet. So you have what's called the most amount of potential energy and the least amount of kinetic energy. Think about it if you took like a tennis ball and you threw it up in the air. The tennis ball will eventually, for a split second, it'll stop and then it'll come right back down. Like it won't stop, right? But for a second there, it's just going to sit there like a millisecond. It has zero velocity relative to the ground because your upward force, right? The kinetic energy that you put on it from throwing it up in the air equalizes with the force of gravity for a second, right? And then it'll come back down. But it's only for a split second. But when you're up in space, right? When you're up in space, you're going fast enough to come back down and miss, right? You come back down so fast you miss the planet, right? That's orbiting in a nutshell. So the AP is always the slowest point. It's the top of the arc, so to speak. But you're not arcing. You're going in a circle because you keep falling around the planet, right? Use that to your advantage, okay? That's what basically the O-berth effect talks about. It was a German physicist named Hermann Oberth came up with this stuff. And his work was based off of Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, a Russian physicist. Well, actually, Tsiolkovsky wasn't a Russian physicist. Tsiolkovsky was a guy that bombarded himself in his house and taught himself orbital mechanics. And then, like, wrote formulas about orbital mechanics. Self-taught, believe it or not. Kind of nuts. But so Oberth, you can use this trade-off to your advantage because you're going the fastest down here. Maximum kinetic energy, the lowest amount of potential energy. Up here, you have maximum potential energy, low kinetic energy. That in plain English means you're going slow here and you're going fast here. So if you wanted to change your orbit, you wanted to burn coplanar normal, coplanar anti-normal, right? Or if you wanted to do radial in or radial out, that's basically turning off of the beaten path, especially with normal and anti-normal, right? If we create a maneuver blend here and I want to burn anti-normal, you're burning perpendicular to the trajectory that you're going. Basically, you're going this way. You're going that way, and you're going that way pretty damn fast, right? If you want to take a right turn in space like this, the maneuver node isn't working right now because the lander's bugged, but if you want to make a right turn in space like this, you want to wait until you're going slow, right? Wait until you're going slow. Why? Well, trying to take a left-hand turn going 500 meters a second is a lot more difficult, and it's going to be more resource consuming than trying to take a left-hand turn going 230 meters a second, right? Use that to your advantage. Now, Oberth, the Oberth effect, that's like the reverse of the Oberth effect. Oberth basically said you want to use all your speed here. If you try to do a transfer, so if I was trying to go back to Duna, I would want to start burning around PE because gravity is already accelerating my vehicle. And if you start in that accelerated state where your kinetic energy is maximized and your potential energy is minimized, i.e. you're going faster, you can actually more efficiently hop around from planet to planet. I just used the Oberth effect multiple times here to get to a nice solid circular orbit around Ike. Now, I will say, my lander does have infinite fuel because the lander is bugged to all hell, but that's another story. But the orbital mechanics don't change just because the lander is bugged. I would have been able to do this with the lander's fuel, no problem, and we would still have enough to land on Ike, easily. Easily still have enough to go down there and probably do multiple hops too. You got to maximize it, and you got to maximize your efficiency here, especially when you have chemical engines that aren't very efficient comparatively, right? Tsiolkovsky was Polish-Russian, to be fair. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Tsiolkovsky is a Polish name, but he grew up in Russia. He grew up outside of Moscow, Ando, right? That's right, Wisp. That's why they do supersynchronous transfers to extend the life of the satellite. A supersynchronous transfer will take a little bit longer, right? But it actually costs less delta V to go out past where you're trying to go, right? Change the inclination out there and then recircularize down here than it would be to just try to change the inclination at your target altitude. Another interesting thing, guys, is that if time is not a problem here, you can maximize efficient transfers. Let me give you an example. The Hakuto R mission is was a mission that's launched by SpaceX. It's a lunar lander, and SpaceX launched it a number of months ago. But Hakuto R is using a ballistic lunar transfer, okay? So Falcon 9 put Hakuto on a insertion trajectory for the moon where the highest point, or apogee, is way past the moon's orbit, like 3 times the distance, right? The reason why is the lander, when it was out there, it's just this little tiny lunar lander, right? The Hakuto R, that lander is not very big. It's maybe the size of a smart car at best. That's a small lunar lander. Considering the one that Neil and Buzz used, it was basically like the size of a truck. I mean, the LEM is pretty big. If you've seen one, it's pretty large. They shot it way out past the lunar orbit, right? And the crazy part about this is I was talking about burning fuel. They didn't burn any fuel out here. What happened is the moon came through, right? The moon's coming through, and as this thing is orbiting, the moon's going by, and the moon's tidal forces are pulling that lander towards the moon. Because when it was out here, it had such a low orbital speed that the moon's gravity was enough to pull it back in. It's called the ballistic lunar transfer. It's a type of lunar transfer that doesn't require any engines to fire. The natural gravity of the moon, after Falcon 9 shot this thing into the right orbit. Now, don't get me wrong, they still do course corrections with the lander, but the moon's gravity actually pulled it back in. No delta V required. Crazy, right? Ballistic lunar transfer. Really, really cool. That's doing the same thing that I'm doing here, but to an extreme. Now, don't get me wrong. Hakuto R launched a couple of months ago, and it ain't getting to the moon for another couple of months. With people, this wouldn't really make a lot of sense. The life support systems would have gone dark by now. With Apollo, they had to basically brute force it right out to the moon with what's called a high energy transfer. High energy transfers require more delta V. They require more energy. But I'd rather have my crew come back without the life support systems offline. Yeah, life support is the bottleneck, which is why they brute forced it out to the moon, because the life support systems didn't last that long. They don't last that long. Straight up. Landing is set for April. Yep. Are Lagrangian points a thing in KSP? No, but there is supposedly some fudged orbital perturbing physics in the game. Whatever that means. Yeah, Wilolino, low energy transfers that take a longer period of time is great for bulk shipping goods. Exactly, dude, exactly. And guess what? Guess what, man? Guess what we'll be able to do in KSP when there's base building? We'll be able to do automated trajectories like this. You fly the mission once, and you tell the game, fly this mission every couple of weeks. You want to keep sending resources out to the moon while you go and do something else? Boom, there you go. And before anybody thinks I'm like, dude, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, that's happening. No. No. Delivery routes, baby. Already in the game. It's already on the filters for the map view, meaning it's already implemented. I mean, don't get me wrong, that isn't end-all be-all evidence, but also, I know it's in the game already. Shh. What happens with the transfer windows? What do you mean, Logod? Don't they do something like this with Artemis 2? Hypersonic, they used a lower energy transfer because SLS's second stage is dinky. They used a lower energy transfer because of the ICPS. It took a week to get out there as opposed to 3 days. But that worked in Artemis 1's favor because they wanted to test the capsule outside of the radiation belts. So a low energy transfer was warranted because it's more flight time for Orion, more data. Good question, dude. Remember you did some weird spiral orbit around the moon. PY, what I was trying to do with that is replicate a rectilinear halo orbit. Gateway's orbit, basically. My mind gets blown every time I'm here. Yeah, for the Imperium of Man. Good, dude. That's the whole point. That's the point of this stream. I want you to learn something, and I will use a video game to teach you. As long as you get something from it, that's all I care about. But, however, if I'm your background noise, I'm your background noise. There's nothing I can do about that. Can you ask the KSP2 developers to release the soundtrack? I actually want some of these songs on playlists. You want me to shoot a message to Nate? I'll shoot him a message right now. Actually, you know what? I won't shoot a message to Nate. I'll shoot a message to Mike, the community lead. Here, give me 1 second. Give me one. I'm typing. I'm sending it to Mike. I'm sending it to community lead right now. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Dude, real quick, are there any plans to release the KSP2 soundtrack? Howard's work is basically god tier, and a lot of people are wondering if that's gonna happen. Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right, sweet. Sent. Before you send, last. Oops. Maybe even a physical. Dude, I would buy these tracks on vinyl, no joke. I would go buy a record player to have the KSP2 soundtrack. Dude, think about how dope that would actually be. Have the KSP2 soundtrack, but it looks like the Voyager record. Ooh. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, that's real good. Dude, if they did that, that would be... Yep, I'd buy it, and that would be, like, on my wall, dude. It'd be like gold record, baby. That's such a good idea. No, you, Aqualux. Yeah, you'd buy that? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Alright, I sent that off. We'll see where it takes us. Alright. Let's get down to the surface of Ike, shall we? I'd buy that. Oh, I'd absolutely buy it. They'd sell a bajillion copies of that, dude. Alright, let's get lower. I want to see where the time warp goes down at what altitude. What altitude does the time warping stuff go down? Oh, nice. Oh, it's at 16. Okay. The landing gear. The landing gear, fellas. It's pulling us in. The arpeggios. Yes! It's so good, man. Alright. We'll try to park up at 30. Ooh. Do please look at this. Yeah, I know. At the beginning, it's not exactly... I said it's not exactly the Oberth effect, but yeah. Maximizing potential energy and maximizing kinetic energy in the right spots. I said it's a really rough kind of example. Yeah. You didn't hear that part, though, I don't think. Yeah. See, this craft's bugged out, dude. The lander's bugging. Guys, I'm gonna do a little bit of a funky maneuver here. Right? It's so good, dude. I'm burning radial out to get the AP as high as I can quickly, because when we were down near the surface, the landing gear state changed, and it really didn't like it. I don't know why the camera's gimbal locking out like that. Let's see, does it change? Does the landing gear freak out here? No. When we were close to the surface, the landing gear state started screwing me up. Close the gear. Landing gear state changed when the time warping options changed. So what I'll do, dude, because I'm frankly too stupid to remember that, we'll just orbit up here. Let's scout for a land. Huh? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Look at the topology, man. You don't get that in KSP1. Tessa, do we have to start liking Ike now? This trolly planet of planety trolliness. Dude! I like Ike bumper stickers coming. I think they tried that once before, Saber. Look at that mountain, man. Yeah, Yodas, they would troll us by putting Olympus Mons on Ike instead of on Duna, right? Wait, can we see Duna from... I gotta go over here. Oh, we're gonna MMB land this thing, but dude, this mops the floor with KSP1's graphics, dude. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's a 10-year difference, but damn. There are eclipses track. Yep. Hold on. The arpeggio. That's really good, man. Yeah, J-Bents, that's fair. That's totally fair. Can we see a solar view? I ain't even mad. Me and the boys on the way to colonize the solar system. Oh yeah, I guess they are, Ned, huh? Frick this game, dude. Man, frick this game. This game has no business being this good. I mean, it does, but damn, dude. Like, I'm getting upset. I'm getting upset. This is dope. What a shot, dude. Here, you guys, if you want to take pictures, do it. Let me get out of frame here. Here, hang on. Holy balls, man. For the solar, they meant map view. Oh, okay. Getting here is not too bad, Dre. No, it's not too bad. Dude, at least an Emmy for frickin' music or something, or a Grammy or whatever his music awards are. Jeez. Lose the FPS here. We got to go around. Man, Ike's got some serious acne. Look at that. But see how we're rotating? We're orbiting on the Terminator line? Really cool. Alright, let me get out of frame. Hang on, I'll frame this shot a little bit better. Right, Nightmare? That'd be sick, dude. Thanks, Livio. Okay, we're going down there. We're going down there. Bring the HUDs back up. Gotta find a good spot. I'm gonna land on one of the mountains. I'm just trying to wait until one crosses our path. Like that one. Alright, dudes. Let's do this. Okay. Get the lander orientation on the horizon set up. Probably about 50 or 60 meters a second delta V burn here. For sure, Ned. Josen, the lander's bugged. It has infinite fuel on because the lander is bugged out. But yeah, I'm trying to fly it as realistic as I can. I'll tell you what, this lander has 1500 delta V. I engineered it for 1500 delta V. Everything that we're about to do on Ike, everything that I've done on Ike thus far would be well within the capability of this vehicle. So take that for what it's worth. But what happened with the lander is that the transfer vehicle that I attached it to drained all of its fuel. The transfer vehicle that I brought this lander out here with drained all of its fuel. But the weird part about that is that the transfer vehicle wasn't using methane. It wasn't using methane and liquid oxygen. It was using hydrogen, and it still drained all of its fuel. There was nothing on board the transfer vehicle that should have drained all of the fuel, but the fuel still all got drained anyway. So, something to take into account. So I have infinite fuel on because when I got here, I'm not gonna go to Duna and just fly by and then leave. You know what I mean? Like, trust me, I'll engineer more realistic missions in the future. Boil off? If they put boil off in this game, that's seriously going to affect gameplay, dude. But yeah. The RCS drain it? Not verniers, Mutter. Yeah, not verniers, which is strange. Have you tried the new Kraken drive? I have not, no. Is this a new Star Wars game? It's Kerbal Space Program, so... No, not Star Wars, but my ship is flying around like something in Star Wars right now, at least. I believe there's a bug where landing legs can drain the fuel. Yeah, Kebab, here's the kicker. I launched this lander to the moon in Minmus, and it didn't drain the fuel. But it drained the fuel going to Duna over a longer period of time, which is weird. That's a weird one, dude. Dierto, it's going good, man. All right. The transfer vehicle have verniers? No, everything was using monoprop because I was, believe it or not, Mutter, I was worried about that. Ike landing music initiated. No, the mountain with the crater on top further along. We can hop, Tessa. Don't worry. It doesn't cost much here. I do want to land on the peak of this, so I'm going to make a slight adjustment to my landing by doing this. I want to burn this way. I'm aiming right for that peak right there. Yeah, Caveman, yeah, you're not wrong, dude. I'm probably gonna be one of those
Discovery,
people.
go at
Yeah,
throttle.
Joe, gift the sub to Pierto. I wonder if the fuel cell that you lost is draining fuel from beyond the grave. Yeah, maybe. You know what? The transfer vehicle has a fuel cell on it too. But it also has solar panels. So there, yeah, maybe. That might be it. Alright, just gotta make a slight adjustment here. Orienting the lander to the horizon, flipping it over, cab side down, nav ball side up. Meaning that I'm oriented with the ground below me on the nav ball. Always good to maintain orientation of the spacecraft like this. It's easier to control if you look at the nav ball like this. Slow it down to about 75. We're setting the lander into prograde lock. It's in-game music, Carter. Isn't it gnarly? This is the in-game soundtrack, dude. And look, it changes depending on your event condition. So like when you're landing, it plays hardcore music. When you're orbiting, it plays like nice, cool music. Coming down on the rim of a crater on Ike here. Once again, I'm aiming right there. Right for that spot. If we're aiming right there, we gotta do a slight trajectory optimization by doing that. Just a little pulse. Okay, we're undershooting right now. That may have been a little too far. Maneuver the vehicle this way. Give another pulse of the engine. Again. Another engine pulse. Now we gotta set this to radial out. Reset SAS, set to radial out. Gotta burn this way just a little bit. Gonna try to come down right next to that rock. Okay, ground altimeter is reading 460 meters, 38 meters a second, coming down. We're gonna negate out any horizontal velocity because we're over the landing target. Pulse the engine again. It's a little too much, a little too much. See how the music changed when I got near the surface? Okay, 13 at 100. Everything's looking good. Yeah, I had to switch it off ground mode. I was still watching orbital. I can use either one, but yeah. Okay, slight modulation on the engine here. Want to get your retrograde indicator to be right on top of radial out, just like that, because that means gravity is the only thing pushing you down. Then it becomes nice and easy to land. Holy balls, dude. Check how high you are above sea level. That's a big crater, dude. Dude, that's like Mount Everest. That's like almost Mount Everest high off of the mean surface, right? Yeah, Tessa, I don't think we're the highest. So what's 8,800 meters? 8,850. So 8850 times 3.3. 29,205. That's taller than Mount Everest. So when we have sea level here, the sea level indicator is like all it is measuring mean surface. So like that's the average height of the surface here. We're 8,800 above the average height. There's obviously no sea on Ike. The conditions don't exist for an ocean. Now what? Well, we plant the flag and then we kind of hop around a little bit more. Everest is 29. Okay, so we're a little bit below Mount Everest. If we went up on top of one of those peaks over there, we'd probably be that high. But see, dude, look at the terrain generation here. Here, let's go over there real quick. Jeb, get the jetpack out. Dude, the parallax. Holy balls. Linux, you see the terrain generation in this, man? You don't get this with Kerbal 1. Oh my goodness. Boink. I'm not sure if fall damage is in the game yet. All right. See this? That's why I paid $50 for this. That's why I paid for this game. For this. That's insane. Now make a quick save and jump. I don't think there is any place to jump, dude. If we jump, we're like there's not enough gravity on Ike for it to really make a difference. The gravity here is lower than the moon, so if we jump, we're going to go up for a good while. I mean, we could just go down here. Hey, Tech, what's going on? Bro. How big and how fast must an object go to make a crater that big? It's more about how fast, Gujar, not how... Well, I would say speed has more to do with it, dude. If you're going fast enough, a golf ball could go through a piece of titanium. Well, maybe not a golf ball, but you get the idea. Something golf ball sized made out of, like, tungsten could pop right through to punch a hole through titanium if you're going fast enough. A golf ball would shatter at almost any speed. Like if you shot a golf ball at titanium at any reasonably high speed. All right, we got to turn around. We're almost halfway on pack fuel. Golf ball moving at the speed of light would go through any titanium? Yeah, and pretty much everything else around it, huh? I haven't find it, Militzer. Yeah, I didn't find it. I didn't want to just keep using infinite fuel with the lander, so we ended up going to Ike instead. Patches should be coming in either next week or the week after, Remilak. Yeah, Tessa, I saw it. Those mag boots, though. 3,400 meters. Actually, it's 3,400 almost on the dot. 'Cause it just went to 3.3. That is a monster of a cliff. You don't get that in Kerbal 1, that's for sure. Alright, so let's see if we can match Jeb's ballistic arc here, because we're running out of pack fuel. We might have to do a little bit of walking back. Collidable scatter is going to be insane, Grab Shark, yeah. Yeah, we could hop the lander as well, yeah. I don't want to land the lander on the side of a cliff, though, so... Pack fuel is up there. I'm trying to get it so Jeb's vertical speed goes to 0 right at the lander, which is pretty much what we're gonna nail. We were like all the way down there, man. Unbelievable. Mab, it keeps switching to orbit, dude. I'm not sure why.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Somewhere simulated. Gifted a sub to Atomac. News blurb, Neuralink was rejected for human testing. No actual details. Interesting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Zerax, what's up, man? 24 months. Satric, how you doing? Will they have footprints? I don't know. Maybe. Mild, I'm telling you. A little buggy. She's rough right now, but if you power through it, man, game makes it worth your while, I think, which is so incredibly Kerbal. It's kind of like obnoxious. That's such a Kerbal way to do things, dude. The Great Foundation. Saber, I see good bones here, man. One giant leap for Kerbal kind. Yep. You forgot to put a flag? Oh. I am bitten by the Kerbal bacillus. I'm playing KSP, but I'm having trouble parking two craft together. Where are you going, Ron, Spacing? There are tutorials. I'm telling you, if you're new to Kerbal, go to the training center, do the tutorials. They will teach you exactly what you need to know. With that being said, if you do need help, after that, I'm here. I can teach you how to get two ships together. It's not bad. So, Spacing, what I'm going to do is we'll get the lander to redock with the mothership here, and I can show you how to do that if you want. This is where we finished with the Grand Tour in KSP1. Now what? Oh, you haven't gone to Moho or Eve yet. Shank Wolf, it's a STEM stream. I try to teach people stuff. That's my whole shtick, man. Alright, Tessa, you wanted to go south down to that thing. That pimple down there. Here, let's set focus. Oop, my camera is very gimbal locked right now. Alright, we just basically gotta go south. Alright, let's take off. Ready? SAS is on. RCS is engaged. Close enough. Good. Set lander to retrograde lock. How are you flying with 0 Delta V? QF7, the lander, this craft file is bugged out. The lander is bugged. That's why. It drained all my fuel from it for no reason. I'm still trying to figure out why it did that. But yeah, I turned infinite fuel on just to finish the mission, dudes, because I don't want to just go here and, oh, the lander's out of fuel, and just dump the lander and leave. I wanted to land so I could hear the different music and stuff. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why that happened, but what can you do? So I do have infinite fuel on. I don't want to abuse the infinite fuel. I'm trying to fly this craft like I would fly it if it did have fuel, for what it's worth. So we'll do a couple more hops around Ike, and then we'll send the lander back. This lander would have the Delta V to do that. Easily would have the Delta V to do that, but game gonna game, dude. But I don't let bugs deter me too much, you know? It's rough. The game's rough. It's not anything we didn't know. Or haven't figured out, you know? When you keep saying Delta V, you mean gas. So, yeah. Okay, a little bit of word on Delta V. So, guys, what Delta V is in like math terms is change in velocity, okay? So, an easy way to think about it would be to say how much gas you have, right? So, since the medium in which spacecraft operate, right? So, like out in space, there's not really much in the way to perturb you, right? So they use Delta V, okay? So change in velocity. So basically, the plain English way of saying that is how far you can go. How far can your spacecraft go? Spacecraft range is not measured in distance. The reason why it's not like, oh, my spacecraft has a range of 250,000 miles. If you said that to a rocket scientist, they'd look at you funny. They'd be like, huh, what? So spacecraft range is denoted by how fast you can accelerate, because the name of the game with spacecraft is speed. How fast you can go. If you can go faster, you can go further. The reason why is because where spacecraft operate, there's not much stuff to get in your way. It's not like a car. If you step on the gas on a car and then you let the gas go, eventually the friction of gravity pushing the tires into the ground is going to stop you. With a spacecraft, it doesn't work that way. You accelerate to a certain speed, and you're going to kind of stay going in that direction unless acted upon by an outside force, right? So Newton's laws, it's basic physics, right? So it's much better for spacecraft to use acceleration for range. The range of a spacecraft is measured in acceleration or change in velocity. The more Delta V you have, the further you can go. Does that make sense? Are you with NASA? No, thank no's. NASA endorsed the stream. Well, not endorsed the stream. I have their permission to do to go on here and teach. They've said that like people at NASA are like, yeah, you're good. Keep doing your thing. But no, I'm not NASA. I'm self-taught. Delta V is used because your mass changes based on how much fuel you've got remaining. Well, Brahms, that's more about the Delta V formula, but yeah, if you want to reduce it to its base terms, it's just how fast can your craft accelerate. You can accelerate, if you make a bigger rocket, you can accelerate further. You could change your velocity more, and if you could change your velocity more, you can go further. That's all. This is Ike, right? Yep. You're good. Keep doing your thing. Yes. NASA works for me. Well, I am a taxpayer, so they technically do. Yeah. So an easy way to understand the Delta V formula, I have it popped up here. I should have it here if we go there. Delta V is that one up there. And then thrust to weight ratio. Thrust to weight ratio is pretty obvious. If your engine doesn't give you enough acceleration to counteract the force of gravity, you're not going anywhere. You need to have a powerful enough engine to lift you off the ground. Pretty straightforward stuff. That's the delta V formula up here. And the cool thing is that you can plug that formula into Kerbal and it'll work. I mean, Kerbal does the math out for you, but I used to, back in the day, in Kerbal 1, I used to have to do out the delta V for my crafts manually because there was no delta V indicator in the game, and I didn't use any mods at the time. So I would use the reason why I have the formulas up here is because I would use them. So delta V equals gravitational constant times specific impulse, natural log, initial mass over final mass. So wet mass over dry mass, meaning wet mass and dry mass basically means full tank of gas, empty tank of gas. What that means in plain English, a plain English way of describing the delta V formula basically says that the more fuel you have on your spacecraft and the less rocket that you have on your spacecraft, right? So the less spacecraft you have on your spacecraft, the more fuel you have on your spacecraft, the further you go. Pretty straightforward stuff. You want less rocket on your rocket and more fuel on your rocket. If you have more fuel on your rocket and less rocket on your rocket, you can go further. Couple that with an efficient engine, an engine that can take said fuel and efficiently accelerate it out the bottom of the craft, and you can go even further. More rocket means more fuel. Oh, so adding more rocket means more fuel, but now you need a more powerful engine to push all that extra fuel and extra rocket off the ground. You want more fuel on your rocket and less rocket on your rocket if you want it to go further. And when I say fuel, it's rocket fuel. Depending, I mean, you could use whatever. You could use a bunch of different. You could use solid fuel, right? Some rocket engines are better, right? Some rocket engines are better at taking said fuel and extracting more energy out of it. That has to do with total impulse. Total impulse is basically how much energy can you get out of the fuel that you've been given, right? From the total impulse of the craft, you can derive what's another number called specific impulse. Specific impulse is this one, ISP, right? In math, it's measured with a I and then an SP underscore beneath it, right? So specific impulse. Specific impulse of the engine is measured in seconds. Basically, with a said quantity of fuel, how much energy can you make out of said quantity of fuel? That's the right way to say it. It's basically akin to the miles per gallon of the spaceship. So certain engines have a higher specific impulse. Higher specific impulse means you can take more of that fuel and you can get more energy out of it. Some engines are way more efficient than others. Other engines are deliberately inefficient to have a more energetic reaction. They're deliberately inefficient, similar to how like a muscle car. A muscle car is not very efficient, but it makes a lot of power. Muscle cars are basically like first stages. Priuses are basically like second stages. Does that make sense? Nice, Shady. There you go. So if you compound all these numbers and you throw a little bit of gravity into the mix there, you can figure out how far a spacecraft can go. So yeah, specific impulse on the engine is measured in seconds. It's akin to miles per gallon. It's measured in burn time, so seconds. So the higher second specific impulse that you have on your motor, the more efficient it is. So that Terrier right there, that Terrier I think in KSP2 is making 335 second specific impulse. That's pretty efficient. It's pretty good. It's good for a lander. And that suitcase foldable Honda bike is your lander. Indeed, the Moto Compo. Yep. Can you retract the landing legs in the ladder? Sure, but we're about to land. I want to land over there in that crate. Here's a crater. Miles per gallon? Yeah, specific impulse is like the MPG, or in metric it'd be liters per kilometer. But yeah, the higher specific impulse on an engine, the more efficient it can take a quantity of fuel and turn it into acceleration. Yeah, Alexis, we're out at Ike right now, actually. Yeah, kilometers per liter, Steveman, sorry. Yeah, sorry. My brain thinks in miles, but I can do metric as well, so don't worry. You guys still use miles per gallon. Interesting. You use liters per 100 kilometer. Oh, there you go. So it's basically fuel efficiency. Yeah, I gotta move to the other side here. Boop. I want to land on that peak right there, so let's pulse the lander engine. But yeah, the lander is kind of bugged out, so I have infinite fuel on to kind of beat the bugs that it gave me. For now. I will do more... Well, don't get me wrong. When KSP2 gets a little bit more stable, we'll do more realistic missions. Right now, I'm just having some fun. Okay, reorient the lander. Stop having funk. And guys, the cool thing is that these are actual rocket science formulas. Delta V is called basically the rocket equation. It is the equation. All real rockets use Delta V. Every rocket uses that formula. Every single one of them. That's like that Delta V equation to rocket science is like what 2 + 2 = 4 is to math. Funk is not something one can stop. Indeed, never stop the funk train, dude. Is there something that causes we can't EVA? Oh, I can EVA out of this. Yeah, and the cool thing is that you can take these real rocket equations in Kerbal and you can plug them in and you can calculate the delta V of your craft. Now, the game will tell you, but the delta V indicators are kind of bugged right now. So if you really want to nerd out a little bit, you could use the delta V equation to figure out the delta V of your ship. I didn't want to get too technical with the definition, Aqualux. You do, though, all the time, though. So, yeah, you're right. Try to have to skirt a line where we keep it plain English and not nerd out too hard, dude. Alright, let's go. Trying to land right on the ridge. Ladders down. No, Aqualux is right for the people that want to get more technical in. It's just, I try to keep the definitions pretty straightforward, dude. If we get too technical, people will just be like, yep, nope, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, hey, come on back now. Hang on. I should probably focus on doing that whole landing thing, huh? I swear I'm in control of this, I swear. I'm just trying to aim for a flat spot. This is not a flat spot at all. Looks can be a little deceiving, so I'm just going to dip us a little bit forward here. We'll land in this crevasse right here. And set it down. Set it down now. All right, Bill, pop on. Oh, okay. All right, shut all that off. Shut the SAS and everything off. Bill's diet is not working very well. I was trying to say that specific impulse is still a win for Imperial units. Oh, right. Dude, I was like, man, come on. Didn't I explain that enough, dude? Like, I was like, come on, man, you don't get too technical. But okay, all right, I got you. I agree. My fault, my fault. All right. That's pretty good, man. Jeez, that is a Mondo crater. Look at that thing. Yeah, we should build a base down in there. Can you imagine coming over the horizon and got like a bunch of landing pads and stuff in here? Oh, that'd be sick. Why are there stars visible from the moon? You can see the stars, fellas. Indeed, Kem. You guys, you can see the stars. The reason why you don't see it is because of the camera exposure. They can see the stars. Your eye can see it. The camera can't. It's because the sun do be like that. Our eyes are a little more advanced than the camera, don't you think? I mean, they are and they aren't, but you get the idea. Right now, I'd be willing to bet, even with your eyes, that the stars would probably be a little washed out. In the dark, though, when the sun goes down, oh, you'll be able to, you'd see the stars. They'd be super bright. I mean, it's just like, think about it like during the day. You can sometimes see stars during the day, but if you really want to go look at stars, you probably should do it when the sun is not up. Yeah, the reason why, you know, the shots from the Apollo program don't have any stars in the background is because the sun, well, I mean, to be honest, there is a star in the background. It's that one. That one's a lot closer and hence a lot more bright than the stars in the background. It kind of washes the rest of them out. I don't know, Lego, maybe. That is a long cliff, man. Can you imagine, Enki, if we could, like, place roads and build, like, a highway that goes down? Build a freaking ski ramp down the side of this? Take the road pieces and just make them go down and then build a ramp so you ramp up over the freaking top up there, dude. I really hope we can do that, man. Push one of the rocks down there. Jim, if we could push the rocks around and they were collidable, I absolutely would. We'd kick up some dust and throw that thing down there. Ski jump launch. Dude, it would work on Ike. It would work here. Sure. In low gravity? Yeah, absolutely. That absolutely would work. Relevant? What's this? Body massage machine, go. Let's launch over it. Did you plant the flag? Nah, we already have a flag somewhere else. All right, cool. I won't unlock all the secrets of Ike just yet. Let's get back to the mothership. We actually have to time warp a little ways. I basically have to do an orbital insertion into the same plane as the mothership. So, right there should be good. All right, let's do this. Jeb, Bill, let's go home. The planets are made as they appear in reality? No, Randa, Kerbal's solar system is a little bit different, but there are analogs. There's something that's similar. So, we can't see it from here, but I'm around Ike. Ike is kind of something like Phobos and Deimos, kind of. Ike is orbiting around a planet in-game called Duna. Duna is definitely supposed to be Mars. That is absolutely supposed to be Mars. Yeah. So there are similar planets, if that makes any sense. Okay, let's get out of here. Can you explain the structural pieces? Sure. I have a truss segment adapter, and then I have the engine attached to a truss segment adapter, which is attached to the lander can. And I have a bunch of tanks actually just kind of wrapped around it. It's it's one of the truss segment adapters. See, I got it highlighted right there. Yeah, I thought that looked cool. In reality, guys, like, okay, so if you look at like a rocket's first stage, right? First or second stage, it's mostly fuel tank with a rocket engine attached to the bottom. Spacecraft aren't really built like that. With a spacecraft, the fuel tank is more a component in the main structure. Now, in order to keep the lander nice and strong, unlike a first or second stage, right, where the fuel tank is actually the skin of the rocket, right? I made a truss segment adapter here. I put a truss segment adapter in, and I mounted the engine directly to the structure, which is more how a real lander kind of works. And then the fuel tanks are just kind of saddlebagged onto the side. That's how they made the Apollo lander. The Apollo lander has structure, and then the fuel tanks are kind of inside of said structure. It's much more like a car or something. Like a gas tank is just a component to a car, right? But the other reason why I did this is so this lander's nice and strong. You know, if we bounce down too hard and we crash into the ground, it'll break the engine, which does suck, but there's a gigantic strong truss segment between the ground and Jeb and Bill. I did that on purpose. I built landers in KSP-1 this way. So like if I screw something up and I do hit the ground, it'll compact the engine and the truss segment, and this thing will be okay. Almost like a crush core, which is what the real Apollo landers had. That would be something, Ned, that's for sure. That would be something. Yeah, see, this craft file is all bugged out. Don't build it exactly like... Well, you could use the truss segment with the engine and the can. Don't put, like, these micro struts on the sides. That is really breaking things. These things right now are glitched in the game for some reason. They literally can break your save. That's part of the reason why I'm using infinite fuel, because I know this lander is completely bugged out. Is there a way to recenter the camera? Mine just seems to want to float beyond the pod in orbit. Jigsy, hit V. V will switch your camera view. I found the moon arches. They're more or less in similar spots. Yeah, I found one, and it's in the same spot as the other one. So if it's in the same spot as the one in KSP-1, then yeah, I'm pretty sure I have a good idea where the other one is, if that makes any sense. There is something that we found on Minmus that definitely was not there in the first game. Yeah, definitely wasn't there in the first game. Alright, so we're on the far side of Ike, and we need to do something like this. We need to exit Ike's SOI here. Yeah, it's not really what I want. I can make it work. Bye-bye, Ike. We'll be back later. Yeah, we are in a high Dooner orbit right now. Okay, so first thing, bring the AP in. Gotta bring that Apadoon in a little bit so we get out of Ike's orbit. Okay. We're 72 degrees, or minus 72 to the, on the ascending node. Yeah. Would you say Kerbal 2 is easier or harder than the new one? Or than the old one? Kerbal 2 is a little bit rough right now, Hytalian. That makes it a little bit harder to play. But when the dust settles, it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be easier. There's just so much quality of life stuff in this that makes it so much easier to do things. Okay, we got to burn coplanar normal here. This is going to be an inefficient burn. I should not have done this way, but it's okay. Yeah, that's not good. We got to go around. I got to change the tilt so the tilt of my orbit matches the tilt of the mothership, because the mothership's in a polar orbit and I'm not. Now that we're a little further away, our velocity is a little bit lower. We should be able to change it out here for less delta V. All right, we're aligned. Okay, I already answered that. Refresh all those with issues. Hopefully it's fixed. Okay. What quality of life is actually working right now that's better than KSP1? I played a few hours. I didn't find anything better than KSP1. Saw the quality of life things. We're simply in like 0.4 KSP. Personally, gravitational sphere of influences, Dan, really help. I think the intercept nodes are easier to read. The ascending and descending node indicators for this is easier to read. You know, the conics that happen. So if you have a transfer, you can show when you enter gravity and exit the grav well of another planet. If you're on a transfer trajectory, there's a lot of stuff, dude. Some of it isn't working, and if you listen to it, like, I want to be very clear. What I said was that this has potential to be better. It has potential to be way better. KSP1 is probably more straightforward at this point right now. This will be better in good time. I really like the nav ball. My only gripe with the UI is that I wish we could like pin and unpin windows so you can configure the UI to your liking, but it's good. I'm gonna redock with the mothership and we'll get to the transfer window home. Yeah, let's send these guys back to Kerbin. Okay. Switch this around here, do a retrograde burn at Paradune. So lower that AP. I think this is easier to look at personally. This is easier than KSP1. KSP1 does have a leg up on KSP2 because the maneuver node editor that they added in KSP1, I really like. I really hope they add that to this. But this is fine. So we need to do a radial in burn right here. Just no, sorry, excuse me, radial out, I did it backwards. My internet exploded. I am not dropping frames, guys, but yeah, I think people are having some trouble with Twitch right now. Twitch is being twitchy. Yeah. Twitch took a dump like 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
My name is Jeff.
Yeah, I got you. You thought someone you were watching got banned? Oh, jeez. Gotta wait for this thing to get right in phase. Alright, that should do it. Wasn't the most efficient way to do that, but it'll work. Considering my lander is completely toasted, bugged out, like, this will be just fine. Alright, guys, prepare for the frameage. This is gonna suck. Because, once again, the lander is completely bugged. I need to engineer a new lander. This one sucks. See? We got in render range of the mothership and the game just took a dump. I think so, chillin'. I think we'll get near it. Jeb and Bill will jump out, and we'll crash that thing into Duna or something. Just get it the frick away. It needs to be sent back to which it came. Yeah, Faradar. Yeah, it's gonna meet its maker on the surface of Duna after I get Jeb and Bill off of it. So we're gonna rendezvous it up here. with the mothership. I'm just gonna get close. I'll EVA them and yeah, send this thing away. This is in-game music, yep. This is the Duna orbital music. Look at that planet. Cool, man. That's real cool. Got Ike in the background over there. I did assemble it in orbit, Theic. 3 big launches. You can see where the docking ports attach to each other. Did we ever plan on orbiting Ike? Yeah, we did, Firework. Is Duna the same as Mars? It's supposed to be like Mars habitual, yeah. That's the Mars analog, sure. Yeah, Versity, thank you. Alright, that's good enough. Jeb, get out of this thing. Oh, Marvin's still here. His eyes are broken. See, dude, whenever you attach the lander to things, it breaks it. Like it scrambles the DNA of the ship. Damn lander. All right. I have no control over it. I was able to control it before, but now I can't. It has no connection. Can we pump the engines? Nope. She's locked out. Untethered ship change in space. Trust me, Purple. I usually don't roll like that. This thing is beyond fricked, dude. I think, based off of community feedback, it's that part and that part, Lego. The game really doesn't like those things. Yeah, for whatever weird reason. Destroyed in map view? No, Mutter, that lander has caused me a lot of hardship. I want to crash it into Duna. They can't EVA. That's right, that hatch is blocked. Could they EVA out of this? How do we get them to EVA out of these pieces? Can't you just destroy it from the tracking station? Yeah, of course. I mean, guys, I can quick save. If you want to just do that, we can just do that. We can just send it back to the Kraken. Bye-bye. And look, second we did that, our frames went back to normal. You see that? Yeah, that thing, back to which you came. The Kerbal manager doesn't... We can move them around to the hitchhiker, but I don't think I can EVA them out of the hitchhiker. Alright. Where is Duna relative to Kerbin? Oh, we're going to be waiting here a little while. Kerbin needs to be right there for the transfer back, so let's just... Go to Drez? No, we'll get him home. I want the transfer vehicle to go back home. Can you click the door? No. Right click opens up the part manager. And left click doesn't do anything. And all I can do is just turn the lights on. Unless we can put that down there like that. Nope. Yeah, the proto-molecule must have gotten on it. Yep. Are they in the module? No. They're in the hitchhiker, I'm pretty sure. Kerbal manager. Did you turn infinite fuel back off? No, I didn't. I'm super worried about transferring this back now. What I can do is we can go into the resource manager. And I should be able to go to the hydrogen tank. Wow. Budgeted that out pretty good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, we budgeted that out pretty good, actually. That's pretty sweet. That should give us... We have a full... Now we can jettison this tank here. We don't need it anymore. So... Alright, flip on SAS. Set this thing to retrograde for a moment. Think they'll add wind at any point? I feel like it's missing a big element of realism. It'll probably get modded into the game, big deal. Kerbal isn't about full, super high fidelity realism, dude. It's more about getting the point across. If this was full realism, no one would be able to launch anything into space, and that would kind of suck. It would take years to plan a Duna mission. But, once again, I'm sure someone will mod that into the game. Modder's gonna mod. Alright, so we should just be able to... Well, I was gonna get all worried there about getting it out of the vehicle after it decoupled, but okay, cool. Now we don't need to worry about that. That's kind of handy. That's pretty neat. Do you think Starship will get delayed because Elon and his engineers are playing KSP2? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, all my methane tanks are drained. The only monoprop tanks that aren't drained are the ones that are in the capsule. Hey, Sniper, 67 months. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Okay, so do we have RCS working again? I don't have control over the spacecraft? Oh, we're in time warp. Thank you. Thank you. I was really getting confused there, dude. I'm like, what is happening? Okay, RCS is back online. Cool. All right. Yeah, that was me. That was me being an idiot. That wasn't the game. So now I'm wondering, is there a way to... Did I have time warp on when we were trying to EVA? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. All right. Well, whatever. We're still way out of the transfer window for Kerbal. Okay, here's what we'll do. Go back to KSC. Yeah, Linux. I really would hope they would add configurable UI. That's been my thing, dude. I need configurable UI. I need a configurable UI. I need absolute snap inside of the VAB and my editor controls. And then I'm good. I could, yeah. Then this game would just be, I could do everything that we can do in KSP1 in this game, except like robotic parts, but. Tedlorf's going to be sitting out in this truck for a good amount of time here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I agree. Yeah, one eye. Yep, yep. The carrot keys, the keys that look like two kind of arrows pointing in two directions. It's down by the M and the N key. Those are the hotkeys for time warp. It would be better if we were equatorial here. Yeah, K-pop, I would say that. I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah, this polar orbit's kind of killing me. For a transfer, that's gonna actually suck. So we need a backwards ejection angle, which means I really need my orbit to be going this way and not that way, but that's... Alright, well, let's see what it does anyway. We need Ike? Yeah, Firework, go back in the VOD. We've already gone to Ike. I had plans to go to Ike, and I executed those plans. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said I had plans. Ike plane change? Just boosting the AP up, Aqualux, would help us. I do have infinite fuel still on. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about my Delta V things. For the transfer burn back, I'll turn it off, okay? Create maneuver plan question. Ooh, I got a message back. Hold on. I think your Delta V is so low is because that thrust you're using is 10 times the mass it's supposed to be. Yeah, probably, Yarg. I mean, that actually, I thought these would be more or less right, but yeah, I mean, dude, if that thing weighs like 300 tons or something. Should mention the vinyl record. Yeah. Mutter, I got an answer, but I'm, I basically just asked, like, what do you want me to say? Like, nice, Dix, there you go. We gifted a sub to RB. Why are you giving him a sub? Don't give him a sub. He's a meat bag. Don't give it to him. He's never done me any wrong that I can remember. Ugh. Oatmeans. Vinyl record, what's this about? What's it about? I thought it would be a cool idea to release the Kerbal 2 soundtrack like on vinyl, right? Release it on vinyl and like have it release it on a vinyl record and have it look like Voyager, the Voyager records, which I thought that would be kind of cool. So I suggested it. Yeah, can you imagine all the different soundtracks pressed on a vinyl record that looks like Voyager, but with Jeb? Okay, 12 seconds until the burn. Bro, just one question. Is the game really bad? It's rough, Jump. Yeah. Jump, she's rough. Pretty rough right now. But it's still Kerbal. It's fun, man. It's definitely KSP at its core. Yeah. I personally, dude, like the way I like playing, I like finding ways around the bugs. Look at what I'm doing. I mean, I built this whole transfer vehicle on orbit. I built it with a bunch of different lifters. It's pretty good. That'd be cool. Yeah. Got to do a little bit of a plane change here. Yeah, I built it on orbit, Chung. It's made out of 3 big parts. Like from there forward, that piece, and then that piece. Yeah, so like an engine section, a cargo area, and then the HAB module, and then I sent the capsule up. I docked it all together, pretty much on the first try. There were some things here and there. Some certain parts on your vehicle break the game and like broke the save, but we were able to delete said parts out of the save, and that fixed everything. Yeah. Like I said, I like trying to find ways to beat the bugs in KSP. Hey, Kebab.
Tranquility Base here.
The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy on the ground. Bunch of guys turning blue down here. We're breathing again. Yeah, we don't want to crash. We don't want to crash onto Duna. We're currently on a... Excuse me. Are the bug fixed and the game smoother? I'm finding that certain craft files really croak your frames, dude. That's what I've been able to figure out. The game is smooth if you find your way around the bugs, Dirk. So it's rough. It's rough, dude. I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat it. She's rough, but that doesn't mean you can't have fun with it. Like I said, I like trying to beat the bugs. It's just another challenge for me. She's rough, but man, some of the visuals... Alright, hold on, I got a message. Some of the visuals in this game are worth the price of admission, dude. Okay. Word back on the soundtrack, dudes. So Mike's telling me a KSP2 soundtrack is something that they want to do. It's something that they want, dude. But soundtrack isn't finished yet. Yeah, Jump. I got a line with them, dude. They listen to me for whatever reason. I don't know why. Look at me. I'm weird. You know, like. Yeah, that's what Mike just told me. Soundtrack ain't finished. Yeah, there's more music. They're not done. I mentioned the gold record to him just a second ago. Give me 1 second. Let me finish up this burn. All right, there we go. Dump that. This is going to be a lot easier to transfer back to Kerbal. And give me 1 second, dudes. Enjoy the launch vehicle. Enjoy the transfer vehicle here for a second. Yeah, he goes, oh, there's vinyl collectors out there, huh? And I'm like, yeah? Yeah? Don't text and drive. The SAS is doing. Marvin's flying for us. Okay, peep. Yeah, kebab, yeah, right. Yeah, so he goes, huh, vinyl, huh? I'm like, yeah, vinyl. Is it possible to slingshot? Yeah, but I'm not sure if that's going to do what we want here. So what we're going to need is we need a nice ejection angle here. And believe it or not, you know, I think we should, let's boost up here to circularize. We want to get into a relatively circular orbit. You don't want to do an ejection when you're like right here when you're accelerating back down to PE. It's not really a good time to do it. So what I was telling him is like, so, okay, NASA in the 70s sent out the Voyager probes, right? Sent out Voyager 1. Voyager 1, basically, they shot it out of the solar system after a grav assist. They shot it out of the solar system after a grav assist off of, that's not that. That's close, but, a grav assist off, Jupiter, right? And then they sent it out, and now it's like one of the first things that crossed the outer limits of the space station and went into interstellar space, like out of the sun's grav well, which is nuts. And Voyager has a record on it. There's a record on Voyager there with all different sounds and whatnot. And I was like, wouldn't it be cool to have a to have the KSP2 soundtrack pressed on vinyl, but instead of like, oh, the sounds of Earth, you have the sounds of KSP2 and there's a picture of Jeb down here or something. And it also has a bunch of other things like the location of Earth and stuff on it. It's, yeah, there's a pressed vinyl record on there. I was like, dude, that would be cool. The sounds of Kerbin. Yep. I'm going to bug whoever I have to get this done. I'll bug whoever I have to. All right, so the ejection angle we want to be like over here. So let's... Hell yeah. Remo, what's up? Hello?
Hey, can you hop off that? Just give me a second.
Alright, give me a second. Okay, your boy's back. Sorry about that. I had to talk to Bream about something off stream. Alright, so we had Kerbin set as target here, and now we need to get an encounter with it. By Yeah, I saw a mutter. I had to reset it. Not sure if this allowed. If not, time me out. Vinylify. Oh, cool. Create your own vinyl record. This is a great website for finding vinyls of game soundtracks. Oh, ping. All right, cool. Neat. I can see the links, dudes. I can see them. Hey, buddy. What do you get when you cross an angry sheep and an angry cow? Two animals that are in a bad mood. Don't do that. Don't stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop doing that now. It's not even Monday. Okay, that's giving us a good ejection angle right there, but this is not very efficient. This is not an efficient way to do this. But 970 delta V is actually not the worst. We do have an encounter with Kerbal here. Let's see what it's like. Okay. See if we can tweak it a little bit. This is basically a straight shot through its grav well. Alright, just tweaking up the maneuver node and we get them home. Yeah, that's not the most efficient way to do this. Look at where my perihelion is. That's actually a pretty bad way of doing that. That's the way you do it. There we go. Now we're talking. Much better. Doesn't cost much either. Trying to get aligned with the equator. That's money. Yeah, we can make that work. Cool. All right. Set for the maneuver, 3 hours, 17 minutes. And we will get Jeb, Bill, and Marvin home. Did you figure out the slow FPS with the lander attached? Yeah, dude. No, the lander, I deleted it. I deleted it when we were done with it, and the frames are actually, they're pretty smooth here for such a high part count ship. Yeah, here, I can turn it back on. We had them off a little bit ago so we could take pictures. Because Ike and Duna are freaking beautiful, man. When is Crew 6 docking? About 8 hours from now, cooking. The new nav ball looks like a TIE fighter. I like it. I kind of wish it was still here, though. I really miss it not being in the center. Okay. Here we go. Bill and Jeb gonna go home now.
Aloha Edra.
20 seconds till the burn. Yeah, Rogue, exactly. We'll be back. This isn't going to be our last time here. Ten seconds till the burn. Engine ignition. Boosted. Oh, we'll find that out in a second, Mutter, won't we? Yeah, we ditched the center tank. We didn't need it. Oh, I could probably turn infinite fuel back on, or turn it off here. Don't do that when the ship is firing. That was not a good time to do that. What the hell? It broke it. It broke it. It's a separate vehicle. It broke the engine off. Wait, no. It couldn't have broken the engine off. I still have control over it. What the hell just happened? Alright, don't turn that on. Don't do that. Don't do that when you're... Wait, but I don't have the targeting node. And now I can't select it at all. We broke something. Something is very broken, but the ship is still in one piece, which is strange. Alright. Did you hit the little red button? Yeah. Push the little red button. No, we have a target indicator. It's... Yeah. The engine section is detached, but it's not detached. So if I... Here, we can fudge this. If I can reorient the vessel back to prograde... Yeah, I'm gonna have to abort this one. Alright, let's reload. I gotta load the quick save. That one's junk. The lander. It's back. Kill it. Kill it. I'm gonna load the autosave, not the quick save. Oh. Sweet. I saved right before it. At least I think I did. Yeah, I did. Excellent. Alright, cool. Or no, that was an autosave. Thanks, autosave. Very cool. that means that the fuel calculation is being done in real time, because if I turn this off and it actually gives me a delta V calculation number, the frame rate goes to hell. Huh. Okay. That's peculiar. Oh, that's cool, Aqualux, neat. Yeah, that's good. Neat. I see it, Mutter. Yeah. The pod is bent. Alright, well. Hopefully this doesn't break this thing up too much. So I know Jared Owen. That name's very familiar, Cinerone, yeah. I think we've looked at his renders on stream before. Get off vent, or I'll have you bent. $12, I'm doing all right. Coming home. Yes, they are, Ryan. How's the rest of Duna exploration? Yeah, it was great, dude. Nick, what's going on? Missed a great launch last night, dude. There you go, center around. Right on. I see it, Mutter. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of interesting. Yeah, Megabyte. Be careful with the warps. Sometimes it's missing ticks in the physics. Almost there. Almost there. What game date did you burn to Duna at? Year 0, day 195. Stay on target. Loosen up! Stay on target. It's the fuel calculations that are croaking us, Pops, which is interesting. So it may not have been the lander as much as we might think. It could be the fuel. Which is, yeah, once again, interesting. Fuel calculations on the lander because it's so many tanks. Possible. Definitely wasn't 200 Delta V, that's for sure. A little bit more. Okay. Maneuver node complete. Do we have an intercept? Wait till we get out into solar space sometimes. Bye, Duna. That was fun. Nice, Aqualex. That's cool. I don't know, Jack. I don't think so. Yeah, careful with maneuver nodes, guys. Yeah, that one lied. That one lied completely. That was bad. That's not good. I gotta turn infinite fuel back on to get this thing home. Which is kind of cool, because that means you gotta do it all old school, because the maneuver nodes aren't really working right now. But that's okay. Crap. That's really not good. We got to do adjustments, man. Radial in adjustment should help us out here. I think. There we go. There we go. I'm adjusting my perihelion to basically, I want my PE to be right when we intercept. There we go. Okay, so we're off on the intercept. That means we got to just tweak this a little ways. Not ideal, but it'll work. Because I gotta correct that radial transfer because our AP is way high right now. The aphelion is way too high. Excuse me, sorry about that. Beard is getting too long. I straight up inhaled a mustache hair. That's why my throat's all itchy. Hey Gibbons, thanks for the raid yesterday, dude. Did you figure out why undocking was destroying spacecraft? So, if you have two crafts that are docked together inside of the VAB and then you launch it and then you undock, it blows up. The other thing, Gibbons, is if you undock a craft, like say you launch like two modules on top of each other, and you do it Apollo style where you undock one and then redock it, if you had struts going to the thing when you separated it with the decoupler and you tried to redock it, the struts will try to run, and that breaks it as well. Yeah, you can rerun struts between parts, which is strange, but it'll work. That sounds suboptimal? No, you guys are looking at that the wrong way. I'm going to abuse the frick out of that. I'll figure out a way to get things to attach to each other and have it rerun the struts so it struts around the docking port. So, like, think about it. You have, say you have an Apollo-style capsule, right? And you strut the top of the lander to the top of the command pod. When you separate, the struts are going to separate. And then if you go to redock, it'll strut it for you, and then you go. I'm going to find ways to break the frick out of this, man. They're strutted and they dock together. Okay, the micro strut. Gibbons, do you have the MT1 micro strut or whatever? That breaks things. Every craft that I had with that thing on there makes it explode. Should be in the coming weeks, Tim. So maybe the end of next week. the beginning of the week after that, something like that. That's my guess. Not 100% true. I got a cargo plane with a rover docked in the hold, no struts. Did you undock and redock the rover in there, Inhuman? Undocked, not redocked. Okay. They also tweeted this a couple hours ago. What is this? We have an update coming soon. Yarg, I'm gonna... Dude, okay. I don't know. I asked. They said coming soon to me. So, dude, I'm guessing next week. I'm guessing next week for the first patch. And the patch is going to be a chunker if Steam database is any indication of what's going on here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, MacB. Come on, we gotta get them home. Don't change the inclination. Come on. Oh dear. Stuff's really starting to break with this transfer vehicle. We gotta be careful about what parts we use in the editor. Solar music is nice. Hyper cool thing on NTRS. Artemis mission scenario. Oh, that's neat. I really think those steam branches are automated. I wouldn't put too much stock into it. What would they be automating, Bree? Did the sub not go? Zay, 19 months. It didn't play the sound. What did you do? You broke it. You automate pushing the code to those branches. So, okay, I have a stupid question. Automated software development, continuous iteration. So, whatever they fix, right? It's just going to automatically get pushed. So, I don't understand how that wouldn't be correlative of them bug squashing, like, or adding new stuff to the game. The point is that they're adding things. They're changing things every day, like. For the testers. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't see how, oh, well, it's automated. I don't see how that changes anything. Unless I'm completely misunderstanding what's going on. Oh, okay, Bree. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. Where's the sun? Oh, there it is. Yeah, Ash and Hobbs for sure. Yeah, dad joke. Well, hey, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. It's gonna freaking all I've been able to get is that it's going to be faster than everybody thinks. Most of the game features that they're talking about implementing over the course of the roadmap are already in the game. They're just in a rough state in the game, just like flying is in a rough state. You know? So, like, I showed a trailer a little bit earlier here, and I gotta finish this trajectory. Give me 1 second. Get us a good rendezvous around Kerbal. I was showing a video showing like the base building components, for instance. They're already in, man. There are a lot of the base building stuff is already implemented. It's just locked out right now for us. Something is wrong with the gimbal on the Swerve, by the way. Something is very wrong with it. It does not do... It has trouble gimbaling in one direction. Yeah, freaking awesome, right? Freaking awesome. I haven't had issues with its gimbal. Could be craft issues. Sometimes it's fine, Yard. Sometimes it isn't, dude. It was fine when we did our exit burn with the maneuver node, but it ain't fine now. But then again, the simulation could just be crap, and I can't see what the vehicle's doing. Oh, that's cool, Zay. Neat. Come on. Give me the rendezvous. We're so off, dude. Man, that's discouraging. But hey, she's rough. We knew that. It isn't anything we didn't know. The way those encounter nodes are, it's a radial inburn is gonna need to bring that in. And then, yeah, because I can't control the damn ship, it just decided to 0.6 degrees incline the vehicle, so that's good. You can land now on Jewel. You can land now on Jewel because there's no heating. There's no entry heating in the game right now, Griff. So, yeah, you will not be able to land on that in the future. Yeah, medicated. If you go into your map view like this and right click on them, then you right click destroy, that fixes that gets rid of stuff. Yeah, that's right, Tristan. You can land on the sun. Exactly. Okay, get a little bit of radial in action. Sorry, this is kind of boring right now. I just gotta make sure that we, get back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
She's drifting again. Dang it. Is out the facts. 21-month resub.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pray for Mary, 11 months. Thank you. Come on. Get an intercept, man. Damn. Yeah, that's why I'm not using the Machflux. This is hard to do with these frames, man. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to do. Then the nuclear engine is not really cooperating with me. Like, it always wants to drift off in one direction or another, and I don't think the craft file is bent. Well, the pod is bent, so that might have something to do with it. Come on, get me an encounter. This is like the most disgusting brute force way of doing this. But, yeah. Kind of ashamed, but also kind of not. This craft has the Delta V to go from Duna to Duna and back. We engineered it with it in there, but man. Yeah, see, Yarg, I'm full pitch down and the thing is still pitching up. I don't know if you can see that. I'm full pitch down, and the thing's like, no, let me just go up, even though it's perfectly straight. Oh, hey, a grab assist, or an encounter. Hey, you know what? That's good enough. Good enough. Let's go. Quick save. On pause. Let's go. Yeah, Jim, she's rough. It's rough right now, but it's still fun, dude. It's fun exploring the planets. But I will say, if people want to wait for like a better version, or like when the game gets a little more ironed out, then yeah, I totally see that. Back to hearing the Kerbal music. Very nice. MTV1 is the name of this one. I just named it Mars Transfer Vehicle, even though it went to Duna. My guess, Yarg, is it could be the control point. Could be the control point or something. I don't know. Like, because these things might be twisted. Like, the way the modules are docked together is not perfectly straight, so it could be screwing with it. I don't know. Other people said they had problems with it, too. But, who knows? We'll figure it out. Alright, Linux. See you, buddy. Yeah, Yarg, I think it's just the pod bending, maybe. Yeah, what Aqualex said, Jim. We're trying to get back to Kerbal from Dooner. There's Kerbal over there. We're almost home. Had a couple of snafus along the way, but we're here. To Duna? Call AAA. Yeah. I had a flat tire on Duna. Full burn, Rogue. I engineered the vehicle to full burn back here, so we're gonna do that. Dunner? Hardly knew her. Wait, what? I had to use infinite fuel Xeno because the maneuver node lied to me. This vehicle in KSP1 would have the Delta V to go anywhere, but the maneuver nodes, I set a maneuver node for Kerbal orbit, and then I burned on the maneuver node, and then it just put me in some random solar orbit. So, yeah. I don't know why that happens, but, yeah, the dev should probably fix that. Once again, we engineered this mission to have enough Delta V. It had enough. Okay, let's start her up. They'll happen a lot more frequently than KSP-1 Super, that's for sure. We just got back from Duna and Ike. Little bit of bugs along the way, but nothing we weren't, well, okay, there were some things that we weren't expecting, but that's another story. Yeah, Caveman, we figured that out. We have a craft file exchange already on Discord. We figured it out from Scott, to be honest, but yeah. Yeah, no problem, bro, Andy. All good, man. Yes, and that's actually what I was just about to say. It might be better if we just hang around in Kerbin's SOI for a little while until heliocentric maneuver nodes are fixed. Because, man, do those things suck. Which is funny because I really don't want to do that because that's all we really did in KSP-1. We did so much of that. I'm thinking I want to go mess with planes for a little while. When we get back down. Planes are hard with keyboard and mouse only. I disagree. I'll figure it out. Need to visit the desert. You got to see it? Okay. Let's get Jeb and Bill back down, and then we'll go from there. Do the old firewood trick. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Barrington, you know what? We might have to end up doing that. So I've been popping in on you, your KSP2 experience a few times, but love what you've been doing with it. Have there been any updates? Should be one in the coming weeks from the devs, Spider, from what I understand. Have you made a shuttle yet? I have not. Maybe boats? Buoyancy is not in the game yet, Panza. Do you have any date for the first update? Coming weeks? There. Thanks, Shalyn. I kind of cheated to get the thing home, but I do appreciate the kind words, man. It's definitely not going to be like Kerbal 1. I have that. That's from, it's not going to be like KSP1. We're not going to get intermittent updates. They should be pretty routine from what I understand. $1660 Ti can run the game, Airborne. Scott ran KSP on a 1660 Ti. You probably want to upgrade your RAM. There's a pod attached to the front of this thing, Rogue. Exactly, Cientic. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Aglex, if we want to do that, that's cool, yeah. It'll be in a couple of weeks. TD. keeps crashing the desktop. Interesting. You're good. You need more RAM. That sounds like your RAM is taking a dump. $86 gigabytes should cover it. 86 bajillion gigabytes. Dude, look at the shadows as the ship rotates up there. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, this computer has 32, Ian. The heck is a gigabyte? Yeah, the parts are drifting around. Need backup. Parts are drifting around, dude. I gotta figure out what's causing the drift. The visuals are amazing, Apollo. Yeah, dude, like, look at that. That's just crazy, man. All right. This vehicle is based off of the Mars transfer vehicle, the Mars transfer vehicle Copernicus, Hando. Yeah, that's what it's really supposed to look like. With Nirtea's trust packs that are now in the stock game, yeah, it really looks like it. Yes, and the shading and lighting in this game is just top tier. Art director. The art director needs a raise. That's kind of why I want to go make some planes now for a second, Adino-san. I want to go explore. Because apparently Kerbin's really beautiful from what people are telling me. Oh yeah, Saber? Okay. Alright. Yeah, Marvin's looking up there somewhere, dude. I wonder if you can drive around the world now or still hit the invisible wall. The world invisible wall on the terrain seems caveman. That hasn't been in KSP1 for years. Is Kerbal about the size of Earth or smaller? It's 1/10 the size of Earth. It's way smaller. Earth in real life is probably almost as big as the moon's orbit, I'd say. Or Joule. Joule in the KSP solar system is as big as Earth. Earth's a big mother. KSP made the planet smaller when the original devs made KSP back in the day. They made it smaller to make it easier because building a rocket that gets into space, even like if we had like a regular Earth-sized planet, is gigantic. Yeah, Earth is huge compared to Kerbal. Kerbal's tiny, but Kerbal has the same gravitational pull, which means that Kerbal must like the core of our planet is like iron and nickel. The core of Kerbal must be like tungsten or something. It's got to be something ridiculously dense to have the same gravitational pull and atmosphere as of Earth, but be 1/10 the size. It has to be pretty hardcore. Skirter. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thanks for the prime sub, dude. Is it more efficient to capture a body with a higher PE or a lower PE? Lower 95, because then you can use the planet's gravity to help you capture. Yeah, you ideally want to be lower. You want to be you want your PE close. It's made out of Kraken hearts. I'd believe that. If it has the same gravitational pull, how is a smaller planet easier? Orbital velocity is lower because it's a smaller size protectant. In Kerbal, you only need about 3.4 kilometers a second to get into space. On Earth, you need 9.6 kilometers a second delta V to get into space. You need way more. Literally, it's a bigger mass, or bigger volume to orbit around. Yeah, you need way more. No problem, shoot. Gotta accelerate a lot faster to orbit around something that big. The first stage on most rockets is just designed to get you up there for a long enough time so the second stage can accelerate. Yeah. I mean, a first stage, like a Falcon 9 first stage in KSP, in the KSP universe, would be an SSTO, like big time SSTO. What do you think civilian Kerbal society is like? Skull, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna make civilian Kerbal society when they add base building. I will build cities on Kerbal, sure, absolutely. Build cities. If I had to guess, you could probably place down runways. I don't know. Maybe they left it blank on purpose. I'm about to play City Skylines, that's right. Yeah, Saber, I was going to show off the dev diaries here in a moment. Hi, Hebsta. How are you? Alright, that's good enough. Hit that quick save. Alright, the transfer vehicle is here. I couldn't find them. airborne. I looked around a lot, but I didn't want to abuse the fact that I had infinite fuel on, so. Yeah, the docking port bent. If they include construction, where's your rocket factory going to be? I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't know. I hadn't really put too much thought into it. Help, I uncoupled. How do I aim and recouple? Set the vehicle as target. Bring up a target indicator. Find retrograde. Burn till your target indicator says 0. Then point towards the vehicle that you're trying to dock back to. Rinse and repeat until you're there. How to set as target. Go into your map view. Right click on it. Set as target. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure it out. All right, let's finish this Duna mission up here. Marvin's eyes got all messed up. Jeb and Bill, though, are good. When is our KSP Masterclass coming out? I've been trying to do kind of shorts and put them onto like YouTube and stuff when I can to teach people about different things. But yeah, KSP 2 tips in chat will help you out. Exclamation point KSP 2 tips. Marvin's cross-eyed. His brain's got a little scrambled. He's fragmented. Where did you get your hat? It's referencing Artemis. Is it referencing Artemis? The journey put a base on the moon. My dad bought this for me for Christmas, Pine. I have no idea where he got it, but yes, it's referencing the Artemis program. That's right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Did you see Artemis 1? See Orion go out around the moon? That was pretty nifty. Yeah, they've been up there for 3 years, 112 days, Hellspawn. Yeah, been up there a good while. 1 Crew 6, docking. That should be around midnight. The coverage should pick up around then, Rain. Hang on, I got a message back here. Give me 1 second, dude. Talking Naderade here. All right, cool. Sorry, I just need to send that message. Hello? There we go. Yeah, KSB2 tips if you guys need help. Also, coincidentally, you guys could just ask me. You know what I might think? Because there's a lot of new faces in here. You know what I might do? Stick with our pod here. Stick with Marvin, Bill, and Jeb in the pod and do more like low Kerbal orbit, space station rendezvous style stuff for the newer players, so I can teach you guys how to do docking and stuff. It's not... Docking is one of those things in KSP you mess with, and it the first time you try it, you're like, I don't... numbers. And then if you try it and it clicks in your head, you're like, wow, that's so easy. So I think we'll do that for a little while. Don't worry, low Kerbal orbit is my specialty. I'm really good at that. Do you think Marvin might have something to do with nav control? I'm not sure what caused that, dude. It's physics-less parts drifting around, maybe. I don't know why he's like googly-eyed now. His eyes are supposed to be like out like this, and they're all like derpy, like Kerbin or something. Maybe he's been hanging around with Jeb too long. Yeah, fellas, we can go through that. That's all good. No problem. I mean, I don't know if you guys have noticed, Jeb's eyes are quite derpy in this game. Look. Blink, blink. Oh, Jeb got the derp. Oh, wait, no, that's Bill. Look at Jeb. Dude, Jeb. It's okay, crazy eyes. Yeah, Bill's only got mild derpage. Actually... the art director was telling me that the eyes, actually it wasn't the art director, I think it may have been Nate. He was telling me that the eyes are correlated to their stupidity, so a Kerbal with a higher stupidity trait will have derpier eyes, which is hilarious to me. That's really funny. Maybe, Cats. How you doing, buddy? Everything good? It's all fun and games until MechJed comes out and Autodock returns. Yeah. But in the meantime, docking is not an intuitive thing. Ebsta, docking is super intuitive once you figure out how like orbital mechanics, just have a basic understanding, dude, then it makes sense. I think a video aiming for your MTV is the perfect setup. Yeah. Are you going to try any further planets? I don't know, Fish. The maneuver nodes are kind of screwing me, dude. I'm kind of torn, dude, because I want to go to like Drez, and I want to go to Eve. I want to see Eve, and I want to see Moho and stuff, and Gilly, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because with the maneuver nodes being so bugged, I'm going to have to do everything out by hand. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, I can do that. That's no problem. I can eyeball it. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, we could do all those things. I'm not really kind of... I could do whatever. But I know, dude, I've been getting a lot of questions about Rendezvous and a lot of questions about docking. Yeah, it's very clear that there's a demand for that stuff. And instead of just saying I'm going to do it like what I would do in KSP1, maybe we should actually go do it. Coming weeks, Rezel. Yeah. Do you think you ever do some interstellar travel? Yeah, Loplitas, yeah, absolutely, dudes. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not going to abuse the frick out of the base building mechanics. That's where I'm probably going to have the most fun. But we will do interstellar ships, absolutely. All right. Man, we are super laggy. Oh, that's because we went into atmosphere. Okay. All right. Stick to LEO for a bit. I think a video to your MTV doing approach correctly would be very smart. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Soaps, yeah. Yeah, Soaps, I am worried about base building. And I was told that... So, I was told that base building is going to be... It's going to happen sooner rather than later, and I'm, like, super concerned. There's stuff that I have to do. Like, I own a house. I gotta take care of the house, and I'm like, that's not gonna happen, man. Oh my goodness. I'm so screwed. Duna transfer vehicle. Nice how you can see multiple biomes on Kerbal rather than just one plain green and blue pale ocean too. Yeah, it's how steady I'm with you. Epic Jonathan raid. Welcome to your life. Inside forever. At least I have chicken. Yeah, Dave. So what I'm going to have to start doing is we're going to have to start working on the truck in the mornings. And then coming out here and Kerbaling all night. We can play Kerbal all night long. All night long. All night long. All night. Did you find the chicken spices? I did. We did find the chicken spices, Yusik. I had chicken the other night, and Primo made great chicken. Made a great cut of chicken breast. It was really good, actually. The Fifth Element. That's right, Dreaded. That is one of my favorite movies, man. If you don't know me, dudes, I communicate via movie quotes. So, like, I try not to do so many movie quotes during, like, technical explanations, but if we're just hanging out, I will throw Fifth Element, Ghostbusters in there, Blues Brothers, like, we'll get Groundhog's Day references in here, Caddyshack, old school SNL, like, yeah, all kinds of stuff. All, like, everything in between there and, like, Tropic Thunder, you'll get references from me. Bada boom. Top Gun, yep. Yeah, bada boom, big bada boom from the cap. Spaceballs, History of the World, Blazing Saddles. Yeah, those are the movies that I grew up on, dudes. Hi there, nice to see you, Bumblebee Tuna. Bumblebee Tuna, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. They did not know about disease until the white man came. He's good. With my help, he could be the best. Lots of Futurama, yep. Psst, your balls are showing. Bumblebee Tuna. Yeah, we're gonna come up a little short here. Jettison the saucer section. Earthquake test. Yeah, so Dreaded, yeah, if you're like that, dude, we'll get along. We will get along very well in here. Jeb, you having fun yet? Ah! He's like, no! Ah! I'm sorry, that's pretty funny. Postal gifted 5 subs, thank you. Alright, pull the drogues.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Marvin's just like, I have this under control.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Postal gifted 5, thanks, man. You're too kind.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, we got a little Fast and Furious in there. You know, I like the tuna here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wasn't Discovery the space shuttle that blew up. No, Challenger and Columbia were the ones that we lost, unfortunately. OV-99 and OV-102. Both were lost due to stupidity, not the shuttle's design. I will say that till I'm blue in the face. I love the space shuttle, dudes. It is my absolute favorite. It is a Chad tier launch vehicle. And all of the problems that were associated with it were management problems, not the shuttle. The shuttle's design is about as good as you can do for a space plane. It does not get better than that. I am a shuttle nutcase. Cut the drogies. There we go. That's right, Pythos. Columbia was kind of crazy, but that behavior should have been better understood, Rogue. But yeah, Columbia was kind of a freak accident. There's... You could launch... I've said it once, I'll say it again. You could launch 1,000 more shuttles. That would never happen. Actually, if you want the actual empirical analysis of that situation, it's 1 in 170. You could launch 170 more shuttles, and that would never happen. You'd never get a debris strike just like that. Yeah, Pine, absolutely. Yeah, little doors on the chutes, right? Good stuff. Their parachute spread is coming, Fun Pants. Yeah, parachute spread is coming. 1 in 170 is quite high. Yeah, Kano, but they could do another entire shuttle program, and statistically, they could do another 135 missions over the next 30 years, and it would never happen. So, I would put that in the freak accident category, but that's just me. I really like that noise. Yeah, but see, our docking... The funny thing is that our docking port up front bent. Yoinks! Ah, yes. Kerbanus gracimus, the famous square plant that grows on the... Yeah, they couldn't EVA before, but they can EVA now? What the hell's that about? It's a rare texture seed flora. Yeah, Saber, I think the paint effects for the scatterer might need a little bit of tweaking. just a smidge. But, hey, I will say, this looks pretty freaking good, man. Welcome back. Marvin is home. Cool. All right. Well, the Duna mission was okay. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. How fast is Kerbal rotating? Pretty fast, Blackness. Yeah. I wonder if the devs are going to include weather effects. Well, there's clouds already in the game, dude. But yeah, I'm interested. Plane time? We can do planes for a little while. You guys want to do planes? Mess with some aircraft? See what your boy can do? Always down for planes. Blended wing build incoming. SSDO question. Forrest, you want... Gumper, you want docking stuff, huh? Okay. Okay. Let's stick... A380 build or bust. Would you agree that you are in fact going to a zone of danger? Maybe cats, yeah. But you got to remember, if they do weather for Kerbin, they're going to have to do weather for the entire system. Get the tutorials done for shorts. Okay. All right, so if we're going to do that, let me get the transfer vehicle. Let's go to Space Center here. Yeah, I'll do docking stuff for a little while. We'll save planes for Friday. Maybe whip up a quick station core. I have the transfer vehicle. We can use the transfer vehicle to dock to. What I'm going to do, guys, is just use some infinite fuel, and we crashed. Or did we? I'm going to use infinite fuel, and I'll get the transfer vehicle to a nice equatorial orbit to make this nice and simple. Zona peligrosa, Lana. Cuidado. Piso mojado. I'll check that out in a little bit, Gore-Tex. Thank you. Yep, we broke that. All right, cool. Sweet. Oh, yeah, fellas. You know how I know base building's already in the game? They've shown most of it. I mean, don't get me wrong. These are test scenes for asset review, but also enlighten. Nice. You can build roads. You can build roads and landing pads and hab modules and VABs.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dynast Apoluna, 54-month resub. Hey, curious how you would rate KSP2 so far. Dynast, she's rough, but the potential is there. It's rough. I'm not throwing in the towel just because there's a couple of bugs here and there. Screw that. I'm gonna play the frick out of this game. I've been waiting for this game for way too long to not do that. I'm sorry, Jonan. Your authority is not recognized in Fort Kickass. We're gonna play cities. We're gonna play cities. We're gonna play cities. I'm gonna make a highway. I'm gonna make a Kerbin superhighway system. Screw it. Screw it. So these are all things that are coming. Cap. Yes, these are all things that are coming. But here, let me blow your mind. They're already in the game, guys. All those things are already in the game. Yeah, have that on pretty good authority. You can go look at like posts where people pick apart the game files. All that stuff's in the game. It's just offline right now. It's offline. But look, this is a Unity test asset. If they're able to put stuff into a Unity test scene, right? You could literally click one button and put it in the game. And the thing about this video, these show and tell highlights for KSP, look at the date. This was from a year ago. It's from a year ago, man. Can you believe what they have now? If this was from a year ago, oh boy. Noted, Aqualex. Curbtona International Speedway. Dude, if that's from a year ago, those are finished assets, fellas. I'm a 3D modeler by trade. Those are finished. Those are done. These are completed assets. Think about that for a second. It's bananas. Like, I can't say that enough, dude. The game is super rough right now. Like, super rough. Like, there's a lot of bugs in it. But it'll get better. Things can always get better. Whoa, 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 whoa. Anyway, KSB1's loaded up. You guys want docking tutorials? We'll do it. I gotta save that. We gotta save quick save 66. I gotta send that to Nate. That's right, Tao. Mm-hmm. Who's playing Galaga? What? Ah, my flight director is playing Galaga. That man is playing Galaga. He thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Damn it. Load up autosave. Autosave 2? Of course, Cosmo. I'm a walking encyclopedia of movie quotes. It's how I communicate with normies. Oh. How about we load that up again? Just ignore this part. Huh. Wasted. Yeah, Tal. I'll make my own content, bro. I'm good with it, dude. That's what I did in KSP 1. I was building stuff that no one else was building. Oh, hey. It worked that time. Jeb, you alright? Cool. And, well, since we get to do this again, I'm pretty sure I still have infinite fuel on. So since we get to do this again, what I'm going to do is fire the missiles. And France is like, shoot guys, the missiles are coming, fire our stuff. But I am tired. Well, have a nap, then fire the missiles. What resolution are you using? 1080? Red? We're using 1080. In my office, I have a signed movie for Spaceballs, The Fifth Element, Meaning of Life, Ghostbusters, Dogma, and Tank Girl. Nice. Nice. Before the Germans? Nine. Oh, you know someone's gonna make some missiles, Murdoch. That's absolutely gonna happen. Alright, fine. Go this way. Whatever. Alright, hopefully that's enough. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, thankful for ballistic stabilization. Your copy of the original Fast and the Furious is signed by Chad Lindbergh? That's cool, man. Ready? Ready? I have that, attention, yeah, that stuff, yeah. I was good in math and stuff. Everything else, I failed. Dropped out of school. There's just something about motors. It just calms me down. Oh yeah, Tessa, Sim was making missiles. I don't think, Sim doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would make missiles on purpose. Man, you should be at MIT or something. Ah, yeah. 2JZ, no crap. This will decimate all. If you put about 20 grand into it, if you have to, overnight parts from Japan. Not on purpose, Dessa? Oh boy. You see this kind of jostling around? Real capsules do that. It's hard to ballistically stabilize a capsule. When I say a ballistic stabilization like this, that means you're pretty much unguided. The only thing that the capsule can really do, I mean, no capsule entry is generally totally ballistic like that. That's good. That'd kill somebody. Capsules can change their orientation, like this. You can steer the dang thing with the roll control thrusters left over from being up in space. Capsules do control their roll rates like this. And controlling the roll rate, because the capsule has an offset center of mass, can actually steer. You can steer the thing in. Because pitch is not going to do anything, see? That's not doing nothing. Roll, though, will absolutely do something. And because the capsule is heavier on one side, it actually changes the angle of attack on the heat shield. It's one of the most ingenious things that came out of the Apollo program. Most modern pods use that. Starliner, Orion, Dragon. Hey, 2020. Should build the capsule you created for your career save. This is a Rigel capsule, Hellfish. It's the same capsule. Drogies. Do the reaction wheels work as well as they do in real life as they do in KSP? No. No. Reaction wheels are way overpowered for gameplay purposes, dude. Oh, yeah. No, reaction wheels are not nearly as strong. In fact, it's to the point where I usually just shut the probe core torque off on the capsule because it's so ridiculously unrealistic. I don't want to give people bad impressions about how the stuff moves around. If they were that good, Dev, every spacecraft would have them. Now, with that being said, gyroscopes can do that. We could give spacecraft powerful enough gyroscopes, but there's no way to keep that thing powered. Think about how much gyroscopic control you would need to control a pod that's the size of a pickup truck. That's a lot of gyroscope to get that thing to move, right? I mean, Hubble has gyros on it, and the control moment gyros on Hubble are quite large. Hubble's the size of a school bus, and that thing can barely... maybe turn at about this rate? Maybe? That's pretty fast. Can you elaborate on a reaction wheel? Sure, Cosmo. So, for stability control on certain vehicles, they have what's called a control moment gyro. The control moment gyro, or CMG for short, is basically a disc that's spinning. It's not too far off from like a rumble pack on a controller. Not too far off from that. And the gyros are spinning, and you can help, they can be used for attitude control. So if you have a gyro facing this way, a gyro facing this way, and a gyro facing that way, oh, yeah, just roll down the hill, that's fine. Nothing bad will happen. If you have gyros in 3-axis and you change and all the RPM is the same, you'll basically stay still. But if you like speed one up, the angular momentum from that will actually change your heading. Yeah, you can actually use it for rotation by changing the differential RPM between the 3 gyros. Spacecraft use that. So, okay. Think about a spacecraft that has a camera on it. That camera needs to be pointed into the, like, way far off into space, right? It needs to be pointed a long way away, right? And you need it pointed in one direction, but you're orbiting around Earth, right? So it needs to kind of, as it orbits, it needs to kind of stay pointed in the same direction, right? So there are gyros on it. The gyros on it are right there. They're little discs. See them? They change the RPM on these things, and you can get Hubble to turn. Or you can get it to stay pointed at one thing as you orbit around. Like this. Wouldn't you need like 6 so it cancels out the rotation? Well, yeah, IR, that was a very, 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 very general example. Hubble has, I don't know. I have no idea how many it has. It has a lot, though. There's a lot. There's a lot of gyros on that thing. But yeah, that allows it to take awesome pictures. James Webb is the same way. But yeah, not every spacecraft has CMGs on them. Most capsules, space shuttles, no, they don't have control moment gyros. So in Kerbal, your this thing does. It's the torque. I shut the torque off because I think that teaches you bad habits. That's not how real spacecraft fly. They do not have gyros on board for control moment. Now, there have been spacecraft in the past that have gyroscopes on there, but the gyroscopes on there are used for navigation. Now, how the frick are you, what is that? How the heck are you going to use that for navigation, right? That's a really interesting question. This gets into guidance systems now. So, guidance systems on, like the Apollo capsule, for instance, we're using a gyro. And what they were basically doing is they were using the gyro as an accelerometer for the most part. And basically, if you have your phone here, I mean, the iPhone has an accelerometer in it, right? And you accelerate it over here and then stop, right? Accelerate and decelerate. The gyros can pick up your relative, they can pick up a reference frame here. So I accelerated 50 meters a second from this point. So now I'm going away from said point at 50 meters a second, right? It's not an accelerometer. It's inertial measurement unit, or IMU for short. They did use gyros on the Apollo capsule for an IMU, and that's how the capsule figured out where it was. That's how they could navigate around with a computer in space. The computer needs to know where it is, right? So they would use a reference point on the launch pad, and based on how far it accelerated away from said point on launch pad, the capsule could figure out where it was. It was cutting edge stuff for the time. And nowadays every spacecraft has that. Oh, every spacecraft, not necessarily gyros, but inertial measuring units. Oh, they have those. Everything flies with that. You need that to fly around in space because the computer has to have some way to figure out where it is. And it's usually calculated off of a reference frame or a point in space that you're accelerating away from. If you accelerate away from that point, and it's also measuring the heading change on the vehicle, the yaw, pitch, and roll rates, the computer can figure out how far it is away from said reference point. It's really that's hardcore stuff. You're getting into like inertial navigation and whatnot. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, if that made no sense, dudes, if that made no sense, I have a video that can help. Here. It's just audio, but here. It's a quick one. It's only 1:40 of your time.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't.
I lost my point.
If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
That makes sense? You know what the messed up part is? Nothing wrong was said there. Yeah, that's the messed up part. I'll have mine with extra sprinkles. The messed up part is that is actually talking about inertial navigation and reference frames. That's absolutely how it actually works. It takes a point in space, right? And it accelerates away from that point. So it knows it's not at this point. And because it knows it's not at this point and it's accelerating away, it knows it's over here. I'm dead serious, that's how it works, and I'm not screwing with you. Ask anybody that works in rockets. That is how inertial navigation works. It's just saying the logic out in plain English, and when you do that, it sounds like you're having a stronk. Yeah, Diego, yeah. Planes have inertial guidance. Yep, exactly. You have to configure the IMS on an airplane so it knows where it is. Basically, tell the GPS that it's here, and the plane will navigate away from that point with the GPS, so the plane can configure guidance systems correctly. Yeah, IMS, inertial measuring system on an aircraft. Most planes with a what's it called? An FMS, flight management system, have that built in. Yeah, that's right, Sim. For reference, it takes Hubble 1 hour to rotate a full 360 degrees. Yep. Can you do this one now? Is this like the music remix?
Is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. But that doesn't mean the missile looks on itself in despair. A missile must travel ludicrous distances to reach its target. The target often being miles
Discovery,
away.
go at
A
throttle up.
speck, a dream. Its chances of hitting its target is slim at most, especially if it's outdated, unprepared, and has rotted in storage for years. And the target is moving at such speeds it inconceivable to the human mind. But despite all this, the missile doesn't tell itself it doesn't know where it is. It merely tells itself where it should go. The power in the missile lies within its ability to know where it is going to end up, and with small incremental changes every second, every day, and every year. The missile takes its deepest and most mind-shattering course deviations and failures, and it does something remarkable. It turns its failures into lessons to guide it along the proper path. Its failures are not only inevitable, but needed for the missile to find the proper path.
Yep, nope. I was trying not to laugh.
It doesn't burn all its fuel in a desperate state to reach enlightenment. The missile knows its destination, but aims to conserve fuel until the proper time comes, when it will strike and fulfill its purpose. The missile takes the path of confidence and steady elevation until its time comes, and when that day comes, it will experience a joy greater than anything it could have imagined. The missile will take joy that it roared against the dying of the light and refused to go quietly into that good night. But it all began with the missile's first step. Otherwise, it would still be in its containment unit, wondering what could have been. The missile knows its greatest lessons lays within its own fear, so it should embrace it and mold it until it has nothing to be afraid of, even welcoming the greatest of challenges, thirsty for experience. To the missile, its greatest fear will become not what will happen, but what will happen if it does not challenge its own fear. None of it would even be possible without a goal, a predetermined destination.
I gotta be careful about playing the music, dudes.
Deep within the cold roots of the missile guidance system. Without the goal, the missile would wander aimlessly until it hit an orphanage or some other catastrophic destination that was never intended. The missile doesn't seek to put blame on the wind or turbulence for its failures. To the missile, this is unnecessary and a waste of time. The missile doesn't seek to become the victim of circumstance. It aims to be in control and take responsibility, to be as secure and rigid as it says it is. It needs to be to guard against the forces it must encounter. You are what you say you are. Are you lost? Or are you merely on the path to something greater? You are the master of your destiny, just as the missile is.
What just happened? What just Am I drunk? Nobody spiked my coffee, right? Beautiful speech. Beautiful speech. Okay. I'm gonna go back to playing Kerbal now. I think my life has changed forever. Yeah, 2020, type it again. No more sea lasts. Too many of you. Ah, turbo encabulator. Alright, well, it doesn't want to load up the tracking station. No, I'm not. 2020, we're not doing that now. No. Funny, but no. Not right now. Alright, well... Does the VAB work? Okay. So how about we go down here and I'll grab the pod, the Kestrel capsule. There we go. We'll take the Kestrel capsule. That's what it's supposed to look like when it's not completely being destroyed. Marvin's googly eyes are right there, see? Okay, so I'm just gonna recover real quick, and then we'll go back to docking stuff. There we go. Got the tracking station to work. Sweet. All right, so what I have to do, guys, is I have to get the nuclear transfer vehicle into the right spot. So let's go to Kerbal. Default name 7. This is DTV, a Duna transfer vehicle. DTV-1. Focus. Control. All right. Can we move this thing into position? Yes, we can. All right, cool. No, they got like that after visiting Duna, Menthol, which is... Oh, I too like being suborbital. Okay. Yeah, we should probably fix that. All right, I gotta fix this thing's trajectory here. So you want to get something. First tip for doing this stuff right. Okay, you want to learn rendezvous. You want to learn how to do it. First thing is to get whatever you're docking to in a nice circular orbit. Now we are not in a circular orbit, and we are also very tilted. There's a trick in KSP1 that you can use to get something into a perfectly equatorial orbit. The trick is to set the moon as target. The moon's orbit is in a 0-degree inclined orbit, meaning it's basically tracing Kerbin's equator. And if you notice now, I set the moon as target, and on my ascending node, basically the point in which I pass the moon's orbit, or the equator on Kerbin basically, is 33.8 degrees, which means I'm in a 33.8 degree inclined orbit. I do not want to be in that. This is a harder orbit to rendezvous to. So if you want to learn rendezvous, thank you, Wheat, for the bookmark. If you want to learn rendezvous, this is how you do this, okay? I'm not going to answer questions so much, dudes, but this is the first part, all right? So you have to get what you're going to in a nice, easy orbit. Now, I do have infinite fuel on right now because this vehicle was bugged out after coming from Duna. But what we need to do is we need to negate out that ascending and descending node. We need to change the tilt of our orbit. Now, I would not recommend doing this in low Kerbal orbit. It costs thousands upon thousands upon thousands of meters a second delta V to do it down here. So you probably don't want to do that. But also, I seem to have noticed that the Duna transfer vehicle has very nice frames now. Very clean frames after the restart, which is interesting, but something to note, I suppose. So we need to get this thing into the right orbit, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my orbit following Kerbin's equator, and you can set the moon as target to figure that out. Alright, so I'm going to burn coplanar normal right now, basically trying to take a right-hand turn. My engines are pointed this way. They're pointed towards the darkness. The front of the ship is pointed that way. And because my orbit is going this way, right, I'm basically taking a right-hand turn in space. And if you notice, because I'm taking a right, my ascending node is going down. This is what we want. Now, we went a little bit past, so that's not very efficient because we're past the equator now, but we can still negate out most of this. Blows my mind how we figured all this stuff out originally. Yeah, you have Buzz Aldrin to thank for that one, freaking. He's the guy that figured out how to do all this up on orbit. It was really, I'm serious, that's why that guy is like a living legend. They didn't... You know, they sent Neil as the first person to land on the moon, but Buzz was a big part of why they got there, dude. Now, because I'm above the equator now, we're never going to be able to get this to 0 until we go around one more time. We stand on the shoulders of giants. But, dude, Buzz Aldrin is the reason why we understand how to do extravehicular activities now. He's the one that figured out how to do that by scuba diving and stuff. That's why astronauts train underwater. That was him. Navigating around in space, that's all him. Buzz Aldrin, during one of the Gemini missions, guys, went up there with a sextant and a slide rule and a pad of paper and rendezvoused 2 ships together, doing the math while flying the spaceship during one of the Gemini missions. I see it. Yeah, he's the Tony Stark of, like, spaceflight, dude. He did this in a cave with spare parts. So I'm going to now burn a little bit radial out so we can get the PE up. We do not want that going below 70. .68 by 57. Lovely. We should probably go ahead and find the prograde marker because we're skirting the atmosphere now. Not good. See, but we did get it from 33 down to 5. But you see how long of a burn it took? Took a lot of delta V. We would never have had the fuel to do that. So, this part is just me trying to get this thing into a nice orbit. Okay, so... we're still in the atmosphere. Draco, the game is in a rough state right now, so I'm just tinkering. I'm tinkering and I'm teaching people about stuff. However, we just did send this thing to Duna and back. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. The frames are crap because we're in the atmosphere doing physics simulation. Your frames would... well, the frames are good now. Oh. Well, it's gone. That's why I'm not doing mission mode. Guys, usually how I play Kerbal 1 is I don't quick save and I don't quick load. You do it once, you do it right the first time. Plan your mission out accordingly. Don't make mistakes. It's one and done. That's how I usually do things. With that being said, I don't think we need to do that way right now in Kerbal. I don't think that's a good idea. I think the Kraken was like, I like that ship. Mine. And I'm like, all right, man. Nobody was on board. You can have it, dude. It's all good. All good. Give me 1 second. Sending out another message. Cool. Needed to talk to Nate real quick. I'm helping him stomp bugs. I'm not even kidding. That's what we're doing. All right, so, well, that's gone. We're going to need to send another one up. So how about we build a nice station module here, huh? Let's build a station module. We'll build something that we know isn't going to break. Or we could just send up one of the rockets with the HAB module inside of it and call it a day. But how do we know it won't break? I have a good idea what parts break things and what parts don't. So how about we go into SPH mode here. And we'll build out a station module that we can send up. Yeah, super maybe. Or we could send up 2 pods. Yeah, Aqualex, we could do that. That would be easy because we already have the pods. So, yeah, let's do that. Let's just send up 2 pods. Easy peasy. Here's Jebstone. All right, cool. This is a nice working version of this. So we'll send this up. Let's see what Kerbals we can put aboard. Bill and Jeb and Val and everybody else seem to be preoccupied with stuff for a while. So we'll put Philo and Sid Point here, right? And we'll go. Let's do this. Hey, Kibby. How you doing? All right, so like the transfer vehicle that the Kraken just ate, it really pays to make sure your vehicle is in a nice orbit here. So what I'm gonna do, okay, all right, let's send up the first mission here. I'm good, Kibby. Yeah, just figuring out what makes Kerbal tick. All right, ready? Gotta stage it. All right, let's do this. Sound suppression system is activated. Hit it. We have liftoff. All right, vehicle, let's go for roll program. Roll program complete. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. Infinite fuel. Pause the simulation tank. Do I still have infinite fuel on? Yeah, we do. No problem. Send it. Thank you, Top Hat. We're just gonna send up 2 pods, dude. And we'll rendezvous them together. String section, though. Okay, everything's looking good here. A little bit of a shallow trajectory, but we have infinite fuel, or we had infinite fuel on for a second, so the SRB is going to burn a lot longer than what it should have. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong side. My bad, fellas. No, we've done that many times. Cross tailing off on a solid rocket booster, standing by for separation. Got good ignition, ullage motors. Second stage ignition, nominal, mode 2 alpha. Kimball, Matt Trumpets, how you doing? Andrew Holding, thank you for the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. Alright. I'm just going to control my ascent here by burning slightly radial in. Because the SRB lofted us a little bit higher than we wanted, my AP is a little bit high. I'm going to try to keep my AP right around 100 and try to circularize right when we get to apoapsis. Or, in this particular case, because it's around Kerbal, I call it apogee. Apogee is the name for an apoapsis that's around Earth in real life. So I use... Because Kerbal is like Earth, I use apogee. Yeah, Hillness, right? Andrew, thank you for the hose, buddy. Thanks for the shout out. No problem. What were you playing? Were you playing KSP? You love a bit of Kerbal? Oh, right on, dude. Okay, stand by for mode 2 alpha. Launch escape system jettison. LES jettison confirmed. Mode 2 alpha. Yeah, sure, Mutter, but this technically isn't part of the tutorial. Chat was looking for a docking tutorial, from what I understand. Blackwell series, but I'm a research scientist and do science chat on top. Oh, cool. Sweet. You run a cancer biology research lab. That's cool, man. Right on. Very neat. Hey, Elias, what's going on? That's cool, Andrew. Sweet. Alright, so note that I cut the engine, guys, because once again, for rendezvous and docking and stuff, you really want to make sure that you're in a nice orbit. It's a neat job, no space rockets. Medical is just as cool, dude, to be honest with you. turned on the pod forward RCS here. It's not rocket surgery, though. You're not wrong. Okay, so what I'm going to do now with the stage, I'm going to use the RCS. I turned on the pitch and roll control on the capsule here. We're just trying to place this thing in a nice orbit here for us. I'm only in a lab. No one lets me do surgery. I'm not that kind of doctor. That's cool though, man. My both of my folks are survivors, Andrew. Both my parents, so thanks for what you do, man. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna knock on wood on that one. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna finish our circularization, but fellas, just another tip while we're here. Yeah, it's rough. We've all been touched by it. It's a great job, though. Don't question why I'm doing it. There you go, man. There you go. There you go. Andrew, I hope one day you get fired because there's no more research to do. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't wish that on anybody, but also, you know what I mean, right? Like, nah, seriously, thanks, dude. That's awesome, man. Really cool. You never know who you're gonna meet on here. That's one of the reasons why I like this platform so much. It's a good reason to get fired. I hope you get fired. No. All right. So here's a tip, guys. So my command pod, right, has our, it can circularize, right? So check this out. What I'm gonna do, we're at 4 by 105. We're gonna touch the ground real quick if we're not careful. But my upper stage we don't need to use the upper stage anymore. And I don't want to leave this thing up in space. That's a bad habit to get into. It's space junk, right? So what I'm gonna do is separate the pod. I'm gonna separate the pod, and now I'm gonna turn on all the pod's RCS here. Make sure the advanced controls are active. No pitch. Hey, come on now. All right, no pitch, no yaw, no roll, and I am going to use the pod's engine here to finish off that circularization. Like that. We were a little bit past AP, right? Trying to get the AP to me right now. And then once the AP is to me, this is not a very efficient way to do this, but we have the Delta V required for this mission. So yeah, what I always do, guys, and real life rockets do this as well. The space shuttle, for instance, did this with its external tank, if you really want to know. The big orange tank, that never made it into space. It made it like 99% of the way there. The shuttle would use smaller engines to get up into space and would drop the external tank so it re-enters, right? But what I'm going to do now with the pod is I'm going to finish off my circularization. So my stage, that stage gets eaten. We want it to re-enter because you don't want to leave that up here. Leaving unguided debris up around Kerbal is a bad habit to get into. One, because it's pretty sure debris in KSP1 clogs the heck out of the save. It'll really eat up your memory real quick for your computer. 2, it's just a good habit to be in. 3, that's what they do in real life. That's realistic. So what I'm doing here is I want to set my AP up at 100. And a good thing to do is if you want to be very precise, I don't know why it keeps highlighting that, fellas. I can't figure that one out. What you want to do to be very precise is use the RCS to fine-tune your orbit. Orbital rendezvous is key. A key to orbital rendezvous, brain didn't do good there. A key to orbital rendezvous is making sure what you're going to and what you're trying to get to said target are both in nice circular orbits with the same inclination. So I'm going to try to get this orbit using the RCS, using my fine control thrusters, right? The reaction control system, basically pulse jets up here that use compressed air or hypergolic systems to do some fine maneuvers. If you noticed, I burned a little bit retrograde and I got my AP right to 100, okay? That's key, okay? Gotta be precise. Now, we have to get into a nice circular orbit, but we also have to make sure, yep, there goes the stage. Stage got eaten by the Kraken here. But we also have to make sure, right, that our PE is at the same value here. So what we'll do, I'll flip on the RCS, roll the capsule, and we'll just roll the capsule around here until we're pointed in the right direction. Yeah, once again, I don't know why the game insists on highlighting that part. Some type of UI. We have to raise our PP to the same value. Wait, what? Sorry. I'm secretly 12. Don't tell anybody, please. So now, we could either A, use the RCS to boost up our orbit, which seems to be doing the job just fine, or we could use the engine. Real life, with a craft like this, you'd probably just use the RCS. That's how, like, Dragon would do it. Dragon is making course correction maneuvers right now as we speak. And now, I'm going to burn radial in just a little bit with the RCS, and then prograde.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're at 99.9 by 100. There we go. That's circular enough. We have a little over 100 meter difference. That's pretty damn circular. This type of orbit is called an orbit with next to zero eccentricity. Eccentricity is one of the variables for defining an orbit. There's 6 of them. Now, I could go through right angle of ascending node, longitude of ascending node, inclination, eccentricity, semi-major axis, argument of perigee. That's what they are. I could go through all those. You don't need to worry about all those. You need to worry about eccentricity and inclination. That's it. That's all you got to worry about in Kerbal. Just 2 out of the 6. You need the other ones later for doing other things, but the maneuver nodes will basically teach you that. You want to get good at KSP, learn what inclination and eccentricity means. So, we'll define eccentricity here. We are in a almost zero eccentric orbit. The reason we have zero eccentricity is because the orbit is perfectly circular, okay? If we took our maneuver node here, right? We took the maneuver node and we started burning retrograde, or burning prograde, so burning in the direction that we're going, our orbit would become more elliptical. It would be egg-shaped. This has a higher eccentricity than the orbit that we're in. Now, eccentricity works on a scale from 0 to 1. 0 meaning a perfectly circular orbit, and 1 meaning escape velocity. Escape velocity is has orbital eccentricity beyond 1, okay? That eccentricity is over 1 because we're leaving Kerbin's sphere of influence, right? So get out of that. We don't need that. So that's eccentricity. Eccentricity, 0 is a perfect circle, 1 escape velocity. And any elliptical style orbit in between, it has a higher eccentricity, or a higher or up to 1. Right? That's basic for eccentricity. You have to make sure, it is really important, the thing that you're trying to rendezvous to is in a nice circular orbit. It'll make it easier for you. Okay? Now, the next thing is inclination. Orbital inclination. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set the moon as target. Now, what's orbital inclination and how does that work? The inclination of an orbit is defined by what the angle is that the orbit crosses the equator at, okay? So what does that mean? Kerbin's equator. Kerbin has an equator. Earth has an equator. The moon has an equator. They all have it, all right? Your orbit, if it follows the equator, like mine does, to 0.1 degree, right? You are in a 0 degree inclined orbit. 0 degrees inclined would be an orbit that follows the equator, okay? Now, if your orbit was at 45 degrees, if you had a 45 degree inclination, your orbit would be 45 degrees inclined to the equator, meaning the point that you cross the equator, if you draw a path from your orbit and you drew a path to the equator, would be 45 degrees. If it's 90 degrees, that means you're in a polar orbit. Polar orbit goes up and down. It goes this way. It's 90 degrees off of the equator. When you cross the equator, you're crossing it perpendicular. All right? Orbital inclination goes from 0 to 180 degrees. All right? Now, what's past 90? Past 90 is called a retrograde orbit. All right? From 0 to 90 is a prograde orbit. From 90 to 180, that's a retrograde orbit. Now, what's the difference between a retrograde orbit and a prograde orbit? Like, what's the difference here? Well, Kerbal is spinning this way. It's spinning counterclockwise. If we looked at it from the North Pole, she spins counterclockwise. Any orbit with an inclination past 90 is counteracting. It's going against the spin of the planet that you're around. So, that's a retrograde orbit. Retrograde goes against the way the planet is spinning. 91 degrees inclined, retrograde orbit. Okay? 135 degrees inclined, retrograde orbit. 180 degrees inclined, retrograde orbit. That means I'm in an equatorial orbit but going the wrong way. Literally the exact opposite orbit of this. Now, that's just a quick word on inclination. What you guys need to know for doing rendezvous, right, is to get your inclination to 0. We're basically at 0 here. We're 0.1. So I launched the rocket right into a 0 degree inclined orbit. We're 0.1 degrees off. And a good way to check this is to set the moon as target. That's a trick that you can use. The moon's orbit relative to Kerbal is 0 degrees inclined. So you can use that as a datum for making sure, you can use it as a point of reference to make sure that your orbits are in the right orbit. So if I set the moon as target, that's how I have the ascending and descending node indicators. Basically, the point where we cross the equator, the angle is 0.1 or a tenth of a degree. We are basically 0 degrees inclined at 0 eccentricity. That's all you got to know. We're at 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers. No eccentricity, no inclination. This is where you want your stuff to be, especially if you're just getting used to docking. This will make it so much easier. So, let's quick save, right? So our capsule's up here. Capsule's good to go. Sid Point and Philo are just chilling. Let's go down, back to the Space Center. All right? Now, how do we get to it? How do we get to that capsule? Here's the fun part. Let's go into the VAB. Is the real moon orbit at 6 degree incline? No, Nancy, it's not. No, it's 6 degrees inclined relative to a 27 degree axial tilted Earth. So, if you had Earth's equator and the moon, it'd be 6 degrees inclined. But here's the kicker. Earth's orbit, Earth's tilted. We have a 27 degree axial tilt, so the moon's kind of, the whole moon orbit is tilted, but relative to Earth's equator, it's like 6 degrees. Yeah. Kerbal makes it easy. They make it very easy. All right? It makes it very easy. Kerbal has 0 axial tilt. The moon has 0 axial tilt. And the moon's orbit relative to Kerbal is 0 degrees inclined. That's a good question. No, on Earth, it's way more difficult. Like, way more difficult. This is the physics test I wish grade school gave you. Yeah, Mackie, that's what I do here. I did this with KSP1. Taught everybody how to freaking play. We'll do it again, man. I'll freaking do it again. I don't care if there's a 2 next to the name. Let's go. So, I have another rocket. Same exact rocket. We'll just dock 2 pods together. This is what NASA did during the Gemini program. Figured out how to do rendezvous by taking 2 capsules. Gemini 6 and Gemini 6A. Or no, Gemini 6 and 7. They got, well, 6A and 7 if you want to be technical. Got them near each other. At least I think it was those missions. So, let's put Furley and Durden in there. All right, now let's go to launch pad 2, recover the launch clamps from the other pad. There we go. Thanks for the answers and explanation. Sure, it was Gemini 6 and 7. Okay, cool. All right, so check this out. Capsule's right over us. We could go into a direct rendezvous, but I don't like doing that. I mean, this would be nice. What I really like to do, believe it or not, is, I mean, actually, We could launch right up and try to circularize as close as we can to the first capsule. That's a good way to do things, but that's not how I like to do things. That isn't what NASA does either. NASA often puts themselves into a lower orbit. And now here's the key, okay? So, 100, that thing's 100 by 100, right? Perfectly circular. 0 degrees inclined, 0 eccentricity. What I like to do is wait, and don't get me wrong, you don't have to do it this way, but I'm trying to keep it, for the more advanced Kerbal players, you can launch right into a rendezvous. That's fine. I'm not saying you can't do that. This is the easy way to do it. This is for the newer players, all right? So I'm going to wait until it gets out in front of me. And now we go. Boosters in ignition. Oh, there we go. Send it. Okay. Okay, roll program complete. Roger, roll. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. The heck is Duna? Duna is the Mars equivalent in this game. I gotta change it though. Teaching orbital rendezvous. Yeah, of course, Tip. Man, that thing looks good. I like the first season, Tip. The second and third season kind of got away from me a little bit. That's when it starts getting a little more sci-fi than anything, but hey, whatever. If you like it, you like it, you know? It's a good show. Marvin's just doing his thing. Yeah, Bull, we'll venture back at some point, dude. Okay. Okay, 1 Bravo. Okay. This ascent for Jebstone's looking quite good. Very nice. Cross-tailing off on the SRB, standing by for separation. Good separation. Good upper stage ignition. Ullage motors on time. 2 Alpha. Alright, so same deal as the other one, but what I'm gonna do now is instead of going for 100 by 100, I'm gonna go for a lower orbit. We'll go for 90 by 90, okay? Yeah, it kind of jiggled around there, Kibby. You see that? Okay, Okay, stand by for LES jettison. A good design will definitely help you, Waldar. That's a big one. The design of your ship really has a lot to do with how easy it is to dock. I'll get into that more when we get to rendezvousing, okay? Okay, go for launch escape system jettison. 2 Bravo. So I'm throttled here. I'm kind of purposely holding the throttle a little bit so we can get into the right orbit. I'm aiming for about, actually 80 by 80 would probably be easier because that capsule's a good way out in front of us. But once again, I could launch right into a rendezvous. That's easy. But that's hard for newer players. So I'll stick to 80 by 80 and we'll go from there. Any idea when the engine exhaust at high altitude? I don't know what that means. I think some of them have it, Simon, but I don't remember off the top of my head. All right, so we're getting close to the AP. That's the most efficient time. We're going to throttle that engine back up all the way. So what you can do now to make sure that your orbital inclination is right is set the vehicle as target. And now I can see my ascending node relative. We're 0.2 degrees off right now. 0.2 degrees off. I'm just going to wiggle it around a little bit to get our inclination right. There we go. There we go. Now we're basically following the same path here. There you go, Daimar. Learning rocket science. That's what I do. Yeah, so once again, fellas, if you guys got questions, hold off on questions. I'll show you how to do this whole thing, and we'll go from there. I should be able to answer most of them, just with the explanations. Thanks, Weed. Alright, so we're crossing 1900 meters a second. We need to get to about 2300 meters a second, somewhere in there. Trying to stay right at 80. We went a little bit high, but that's okay. We're a little above our target, but that's okay. It's not a problem. Alright, P is almost positive. Now I'm going to throttle down the engine. And stand by for second stage engine cutoff. We have SECO confirmed. Nominal orbital insertion. Separate the capsule. Capsule separated. Enable the thrust controls. Thrust control systems on the capsule are good. Stand by for service module ignition. Service module ignition is good. Once again, I dumped that stage in an orbit where it's going to come back down. You don't want to leave stuff up there. That's a bad habit to get into. So now what we'll do is I'm going to try to set my PE, the perigee, or the periapsis, lowest point. I'm going to try to set it right at 80. And then we'll have to do a little bit of a deorbit action. So we're 80 by 87. That's not bad. But we want to try to get into a nice circular orbit because we have to catch up. So stage will do its thing. It'll go back down. So we're over at the PE now. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to get rid of it. Or not. So we're 89 by 80 right now. I don't really want to be there, so let me get my translate thrusters up. I'm setting these thrusters for only forward, back, up, down, left, and right, and then the thrusters on the pod are for pitch, yaw, and roll. That's what I mean about good design. You got to make sure that you do that, get that all figured out. So, and that comes from just sitting in the SPH and messing with it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. Sorry, didn't have a roll. All right, so back this up. Mackie Geeves. Welcome to Mission Control. Go at throttle up. Thanks for the prime sub, dude. So I'm just using the RCS, the reaction control system, so my fine control thrusters, the small thrusters. You don't need this. That's course adjustment. We just need very rough adjustment. These are for fine control. We're going to need these jets for rendezvous. You got skill if you can rendezvous with just that motor. That's hard to do. All right, so now I'm gonna go a little bit further. I'm gonna get to the AP. We're 80 by 78. That's okay, it's not bad. Okay, now at AP here, I'm just gonna give myself a little bit of a boost. Little boost with the fine control thrusters. So 80 by 80 and 100 by 100. Good. Quick save. Cool. Shut the RCS off so we don't mess with it too much. So now we're in a nice orbit. We're not inclined relative to it. We're 80 by 80. Target's 100 by 100. Okay. The first thing you got to do here is make sure you're in what's called the right phase. All right. So phase angles here. The phase angles, the plain English way of saying that is make sure you're in the right spot to get there on using the least amount of fuel. Just, you got to be in the right phase. Easy peasy. There is I could go into the math. We could go into Hohmann transfers, blah, 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 blah. There's a very easy way to do this. I'll show you. It's very, very simple. So, rendezvous basically there's three big phases. NASA calls rendezvous between two spacecraft. They call it rendezvous, proximity, operations, and docking. Okay, so, first one is the rendezvous burn. Second one is the proximity burn, and the third one is docking. Those are the three phases, all right? So the first thing we got to do is do a rendezvous burn. Now, how does that work? Well, this is the quick and easy way of doing it. We're in the target's 100 by 100. We're in 80 by 80. You really want to find the good phasing to do that rendezvous burn correctly. All you got to do is just take the distance, all right? So set that as target. We already have it set. Take the distance between your orbit, and this is the key to making these things nice and circular, okay? Take the orbit that it's in 100, the orbit that we're in. We're 100 by 100 and 80 by 80. Take that distance, times it by 2. So that's a 20 kilometer difference. What's 20 times 2? 40. So we want to go about 40 kilometers back behind the thing. That's your phasing area. That's where you do the burn. I can do it without maneuver nodes, and I'll get you a perfect rendezvous, right? We don't even need it. But I will use a maneuver node just to show. We're pretty much in phase. With the maneuver node, how you do it is just pull on the prograde one, because we gotta speed up to go a little bit higher, right? All right, and you'll get an intercept. See the intercept right there? That's the point of target at intercept, and that's where you are, right? So that intercept is not very close. So now what we do is we drag this thing around until they're basically on top of each other. Note that I'm basically doing the same burn. I'm just changing where I'm doing it, like relative to Kerbal, right? So Cool thing is that if you right-click on that and hold it, if you right-click on this, it should stay up. Well, it's not, but that's okay. But that pretty much is the right spot. I don't know why it's not. The maneuver nodes are still a little picky-choosy here. Yeah, they're still a little picky-choosy. That's the spot that we want to be in. All right, so. I think I fat-fingered spacebar, guys. I think that's my fault. So we got to do a little bit of a reload. But if you quick save often in Kerbal, there you go. I think I fat-fingered this spacebar, and that's why the maneuver node got finicky on me. It was working, and then I was like, why isn't it working? Why? Okay. But we're basically right back like 15, 20 seconds ago. So we still know where we need to burn. The burn is over here. It's in the dark. It's on the dark side of Kerbin. So we create a maneuver plan here, and then we just zip it up there. Shouldn't be a lot. Huh. Oh, we gotta go around a couple of orbits. That's the part I didn't quick save. Take the distance between the higher orbit and the distance between your orbit, and just times it by 2 and get like 40. So we have a 20-kilometer difference in the orbits here. Go 40 kilometers behind the target and burn. That's the easy way to do it. That will work every time because physics doesn't change. Now, that's the trick. You want to do that right? That's how you rendezvous. That's how you get the rendezvous burn down. But that's only one part of the equation. You can get near it, but if you get near it, how the heck are you going to do the proximity operations? That's another story, and I'll get into that in a moment here when we get the right phase. I think we're good to mark the right phase. It was over here. I'll make sure I won't fat finger the damn keyboard this time. Yeah, see? Same spot. Physics doesn't change because we're in the same orbit and everything. Now, what's the intercept there? 11 kilometers. That's no good. We need to go up here. There we go. That's going to get us a really nice intercept. But we could go further with this. We could do better. Yeah, see, that's a good orbit. That matches the orbit, but ideally I want to get my AP lined up with the intercept. If we can get AP lined up with intercept, that's the closest. That's the most efficient. Distance from target 467 meters with a relative speed of 15 meters a second. I'm going to call that one good. So now that you made your maneuver plan for your transfer, go here, turn on the SAS, and select target maneuver. The spacecraft, as long as you're not in time warp, will automatically target where you need to point this thing. Hey Pixel, just flying capsules around. Your hat is crooked and it's bothering me. Sorry. This will be on the test? Yes. Okay. So, now in Kerbal, you got a handy time warp to maneuver thing. And Kerbal 1 has that too, but yeah, it's pretty much in the same spot, which is funny. We'll go around all the way. Your dog ate the test. Get a better dog then, jeez. All right, so now if we look at the required meters a second velocity change here, it's only 15. We can hit that with the engine. That's no problem. The engine should be able to figure it out, but we could also do it with the reaction control systems if we wanted to. So here's what I like to do. You're not going to be super precise with course adjustment, right? So you're not going to be super precise with course adjustment like that. So, there's your burn progress. What I like to do is stop right before the burn finishes. Just stop. Why? X the burn out. You don't need that. And now go look at your intercept. You don't want to burn too far. And now, what I'm going to do is use the RCS, the little jets, for fine adjustment. And if we burn, we left a little bit more, so I have RCS, reaction control thrusters, that are pointed in the same direction as the engine. I'm going to hit those thrusters.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Right? We're going to turn those suckers on. And look, we're finishing up the burn. 4, 3, 2. See that? There we go. 700 meters away. Easy peasy. That's going to get us 700 meters, within 1 kilometer of the target. Now, I have an intercept node on the way up there. That's a close point right there. And then we have AP, and then we have an intercept. I didn't put my intercept directly on AP. That's fine. It's really okay. 670 meters away is no problem. I might even be able to dial it in even more. Let's just leave it like that. And once again, right now I'm using the RCS to just get close. There you go. So, if you noticed, I did a 15 meter a second burn to boost my AP into a slight eccentricity, right? To get it up to 100 kilometers. 15 meters a second burn. Interesting thing. Look at the relative speed difference between me and the target once we get to a close point. It's the same number. Cause this is only half of the battle, all right? In order to rendezvous and then do the proximity operation correctly, I'm just getting near the station this time. But if I kept going, we'd just fall away because we are in eccentric orbit and it is in a circular orbit. Our perigee is still low. It's still down at 80. We got to boost it up to 100. The idea is to boost it up to 100 right when you're next to the craft. And that's the proximity operations here. So, we'll save ourselves some time here. Right? Yep. Far, thank you. Save ourselves some time. Yeah, see, we weren't very efficient. I actually went a little bit higher than my target payload, but on the way back down, we'll get a good intercept. You ideally want your AP to be at the exact altitude, but it's okay. This is fine. It's good enough. You don't have to be perfect. All right, this isn't NASA. It's Kerbal. You don't have to be perfect. Drop the quick save, and yeah, see, our relative speed kind of... That's weird that our relative speed changed. It shouldn't have changed, but it's about 15. I think that might be UI or something. So now, check it out. There's the capsule. So, here's the proximity stuff. We could find the right direction to point in to match its orbit, or we'll do it this way. This is the Kerbal way of doing it. So, over here, you have your velocity indicator on the nav ball, right? We already know that we have that vehicle set as target. So switch this. If you click on it, you'll switch it to surface mode. That's not what we need. That's for landing. And then target mode. If you notice, the target mode is reading 19.8 meters a second. If we go and look at our intercept, it rounded it up to 20 meters a second change. If you set it to target, that will show you exactly where you need to point your spacecraft to basically get into the same orbit as said craft. So, let's go find it. Find our retrograde indicator. Turn the RCS on. Find that retrograde indicator, and that will tell you exactly where you need to be. All right? So, what target mode is doing with the nav ball, if you notice, the nav ball flicked around a little bit, right? Some of the icons changed. What that's doing is showing you your velocity relative to your target. Right now, we have a 19 meter a second difference. In order to match the orbit of the target that we're trying to get to, all you got to do is just wait until you're at your closest point of approach, switch this to target mode, find retrograde on the nav ball, wait for it, and boop, fire the module. Or fire the engine. Now, just like with the maneuver nodes, I don't like getting that number close to 0. We can use the RCS to figure out the rest here, right? Don't do fine adjustment with a rocket engine. Use the jets for it. That's why you put them on there, okay? Now, there we go. Check that out. 0.1 meter a second. We're right next. We're 570 meters out. Well, that's good. We've definitely matched its orbit. But here's the thing. We matched its orbit temporarily. The reason why we matched its orbit temporarily is because technically I'm in a different orbit than that thing. Even though it's only 570 meters next to me, right? That's not that far. It's about 1,600 feet. It's not a long way. But we're technically in 2 different orbits. And eventually our orbits will fall out of phase. I'll move away from it. We'll start moving away over time. So, but that's the proximity operations. Target, retrograde, get that as close as you can to 0. And then, now what we're doing is called station keeping. Station keeping is basically flying in formation with something. You will see some station keeping happening in real life if you watch a stream a little bit later tonight when Crew 6 goes up to the space station. If you're watching this in the future, Crew 6 hopefully is docked to the space station, and yeah, disregard that. So, now we're here. That's the proximity stuff. Well, proximity part A. We're not next to it. We're 570 meters away. So, here's what you do. Okay? Now, turn the SAS on and select that key right there. Point at target. Take the RCS, turn it on, and your reaction control system, your jets, will basically point the spacecraft at the target. Now, some keen-eyed viewers will notice that my target indicator is different now because I fired the jets. I put myself into a different orbit, a slightly different orbit. We gave ourselves a slightly different differential orbital velocity. So here's what we're going to do now. Here's the trick. Second part of proximity. Whoop! I'm going to burn with the jets. I wouldn't use the rocket engine here because it's too coarse of an adjustment. I'm going to use my reaction control systems to get my prograde indicator lined up with my target indicator. And now I'm going right towards it. Now, here's the thing. See, if you notice, 500 meters going down, right? But here's the thing. We're still in a different orbit. So if you watch, this number should change. Even if I time warp, it'll change just a little bit. See, 5.5. It'll go up to 5.6 because we're still in a slightly different orbit. See how it fell out of phase there? And see how it changed velocity? That's because we're still in a slightly different orbit. And this is what station keeping is all about. Station keeping is constantly keeping station with whatever you're trying to fly to. So I'm going to take this off of target indicator and I'm going to set it to prograde because we don't want to point at the target. We're going right by. If we pointed at the target and tried to fire, we'd crash. So I'm going to hit the brakes, start to slow down with the RCS. It's omnidirectional, so you don't need to reorient the spacecraft. And look, now my spacecraft is slowing down relative to target. Turn this thing over to stability control, just straight stability. Don't need to set it to prograde so much because the prograde indicator is going to go away when we completed the second part of rendezvous, which is now. Now we're near the capsule. 30 meters. We were 500. Here's the thing. You're not always going to get into orbit next to it the same way every time. So if you do fall out of phase before you get near it, neutralize velocity relative to target, find that retrograde, set target indicator to 0, point towards target, burn towards target. Rinse and repeat until you're there. Sometimes, if you're like below the thing or above it, it's going to take a little bit. But that is a surefire way to get there, all right? So we're 30 meters out. Now what do we do? Well, that's the part of proximity that we have figured out. We've done the proximity part, so we've completed phase 2. Now we just got to do phase 3, docking. All right, so I'm going to take this spacecraft here, and we'll set this spacecraft to target retrograde here. Now, that's the first spacecraft that we sent up. And it looks like its shroud decided to divide by 0 on me because Kerbal 2, which is fine. What's the top number in the 100 mean? I'm not sure, Rec. Hold questions until later. Yep. Okay, so see, I use the jets to move around, and now we moved around relative.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So what we can do now, what we got to do now is set the other vehicle as target. See if we can at least. Nah, it won't let us do it, but it's all right. I can fix it. This thing fell out of phase. Bith, 57 months. Thank you. I don't use the docking controls, guys. I never use those. So another thing that pays is to orient your spacecraft in the same way every time, but I'll get to that later. Okay, we got a station keep with our original pod. So there we go. That thing is right where it needs to be. Just set SAS on. Now we got to use this. So I moved a little ways away because, yeah, that happens. But we still have this set as target. So because we fell out of phase, now is a great example or a great time to show how you refine it if your orbit goes out of phase a little ways. So we're 0.7 meters a second going away. Our retrograde indicator is set on target. We don't want that. So I'm just going to do a small burn with the jets and start going towards this thing. But if you notice, I'm not taking my target indicator, right? I'm not taking the position that I'm going and setting it to target. Because here, I'm going to set us up for some docking action here, okay? I know. Alright, so. Now we're here. So now let me find my prograde indicator. I don't want to set it right on target because you don't want to crash into it. I always try to aim kind of next to where I'm going. Nice sunset right there. All right, so we're 0.0. We're station keeping again. We're next to it. But we are still technically in a slightly different orbit. We will fall out of phase if we're not careful. So, now, I got to get that docking port lined up with that docking port. Why do you keep moving around? Stop moving around. Anyway. So what I like to do, and this is a big one, make sure you orient your spacecraft in a way that your brain understands. Pitch down, pitch up helps when you're oriented relative to the ground. That way pitch up means point up towards the sky rather than down towards the planet. That really, really, really helps. Everybody's different though. It doesn't really matter. But that's it's a good place to start. All right, so. All right, watch this. Ready? So what I like to do when you dock, right, is target a spot out in front of the port you want to dock to, right here.
Discovery,
or in this case, it's kind of behind because we're going that way. Bye, guy. Nice. Oh, not quite. So what I like to do is put the spacecraft out here. Put it out here, and imagine kind of a parking spot right here. Okay. That's where I always aim for. I aim out in front of the docking port, and then we approach it. Like a runway, like a plane going to a runway. Remember, your target indicator is showing where you're going. If your prograde indicator is lined up in the center of the nav ball, that means you're flying straight. So, let's get 10 meters out here. Make sure we cross an imaginary line right here. There we go. And stop. Now we're station keeping again. So what I need to do now is start orienting the spacecraft. So the first thing I'm going to do, obviously, is turn it so the docking port is in a relative right direction. And now, to line this up, you basically got to understand that a spacecraft can move in 6 directions, okay? You can rotate up, rotate down, rotate left, rotate right, roll left, roll right. So that's 3, pitch yaw and roll. And then you can translate up, translate down, translate left, translate right, move forward, move back. That's the other 3. You have 3 translational axis and 3 rotational axis, okay? So we have translate left right done because we're in front of the spacecraft. We're not over here. We're not over here. We're lined up translate left right. That's done. Already finished. What I'm doing is I'm figuring out yaw. So basically get the thing pointed at it, or the docking port pointed in the right direction. Right? So now we have yaw more or less figured out. Now let's get up and down figured out. Right, go up. The key is you just got to axe all of these. You got to axe every single one. Axe all 6 of them. So we've gotten like 2 out of 6 right now. Now forward and back pretty much is solved because we have our imaginary parking spot. Now, once again, make sure after you do every maneuver here, right, you try to get this number back to 0 as much as you can. 0.1 will work just fine. So now we got all the translation stuff figured out. We're out in front, so now we just got to pitch down a little ways. Right? So there we go. Just picked off pitch right there. Easy peasy. And now, just got to get the roll figured out. Now roll is done. We're pretty much lined up on every single axis. All right? Pretty much. It's close. But we got to... We'll just dial it in a little bit more. Okay. So now, once you're pointed in the right direction, you have yaw, pitch, and roll figured out. Translate forward, back, left, right figured out. We're a little bit off with yaw. We can fix that. That's no problem. Right? Now, what's the only one? The last thing left to do is just go forward. So that's what we do. Just go forward. Now, don't get me wrong. You want to make slight adjustments here, and you want to make sure that velocity is still going towards target. Do this slowly. Do not go fast. If you do it slow, you take your time, you'll dock everything, every time. So now what you got to pay attention to is down here. My target, I'm going to stop for a moment. My spacecraft direction, the direction that my craft is pointed in is not lined up with target, which means I'm not pointed at that docking port anymore. So I'm going to do a slight adjustment, a little course correction here. Little something, little course correction here. Or if you really want to get fancy, you could just set your SAS to target. Right? Now I'm going to move forward again. I'm going to move forward again, get that prograde indicator, my spacecraft orientation, and the target indicator to all line up. See, just go left, right, do some quick things there. There we go. And
Discovery, go at throttle up.
you did this right. Done. Easy. It's not difficult. You've completed the last step. Docked. Now you have your 2 spacecraft docked together. There you go. That's rendezvous, proximity operations, and docking. You'll see a real spacecraft do this a little bit later tonight if you watch Crew 6 with me. But that is the easy way to do it. Might want to mention about having balanced RCS on the crafts. Yeah, I already did, Mutter. Yeah. The RCS on these crafts is slightly off balance, but if you take your time, you can even get unbalanced RCS to work correctly. Notorious No Face with the Prime sub. Thank you. See, It's just about being methodical. You got to get that rendezvous burn right. Get the rendezvous burn right. Get close. Once you're close, flip to target, find retrograde, burn, and then just station keep, rinse and repeat until you're close. Once you're close to this thing, you completed rendezvous, find the imaginary parking spot out front, get your craft there, rotate it into position, and then just go forward. That's it. That's how NASA does it. They do the same thing. You'll see Crew 6 dock tonight. They will get out in front of the space station, and they'll stay there for a second, and then they'll move in to dock. Like an approach on a runway. That's how you got to do this. But that's how she works. Night all. Thanks for the docking sequence. Very different science to your job, Andrew. Right on, man. Yeah, I'd hope so. Sometimes, EJ, when I watch the tutorial, it's hard to keep track of where the mouse pointer is. I don't know how to. Yeah, I mean, sorry, I guess. Fortunately, the tutorial in the future, you could pause and rewind. How do you switch between the pods that fast? The bracket keys. Bracket keys next to the P key on your keyboard, below backspace. The brackets. That's how you could switch craft. Well, there you go. You got 2 spacecraft back together. And we have 2 Marvins on orbit for the first time in ever. Marvin is my autopilot. See, we always ride with Marvin. Do you have to hit a button to actuate the docking? Jigsy, nah. All you got to do is just get the 2 docking ports close to each other and then you're good. Why they spread like that? I don't know. The thrusters must be different. If I knew, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you anyway. Can you walk through optimal RCS positioning in the VAB? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. We'll just leave those guys up there for a little while. So, optimal RCS. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I'll just make a copy of the pod that we just made. All right, so you guys want to learn about optimal RCS placement. What you just saw, and I probably should have done this first, but I suppose it's better to see it actually working, right? Now, what you just saw was me move those capsules around. It works pretty well, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So let's build this out. Hey, Tiburon, 2-month resub. So, KSP tips, Inhuman. Exclamation point KSP2 tips in chat will lead you to kind of where all the tutorials that have come around for KSP2 that I've done explaining on stream, where they end up. All right, so with craft, actually, you know what? I'll just load up my Kestrel capsule. That's easier. It's easier to just load up the capsule. All right, so here's the capsule that I just used. If you look, you can see Marvin is in there doing his thing. So let me separate this. I'm going to take the launch escape system off for a second, and we'll take those out, get those out of the way. So, now, my thrusters, this capsule's okay. It's not the best. It's not the worst. It's just okay. All right? It's good enough to show the basics, like what I just showed you guys, right? So Marvin, believe it or not, is the probe core. I have a probe core so the capsule can be operated remotely. It's a Stay Putnik. But we figured out that the Stay Putnik actually shows up on camera, like in the Kerbal camera views. So Marvin is flying center seat, and then 2 Kerbals fly left seat and right seat, because I think that's funny. So, if we look at the center of mass of this right now, check it out. The center of mass, right, is right around these blocks of thrusters right here. So, these thrusters right there are for up, down, left, right, forward, and back. That's the translate keys. I, J, K, L, H, and N. Right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Heal your air. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Thank you. And Kender VX, thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. They wanted to see it again, Bree, so I did a more concise one. Like all of it. Like launching something up into space, launching a first thing into space, launching a second thing up into space, and going from there. That is a little bit longer, but yeah, that's like full orbital rendezvous. That's the full thing. Like you want to launch one thing, you want to launch another thing, dock them to each other, that's the way to do it. Nordman, wie geht's? Hello? Ah, you got sausage in the chat. What's up, man? All right, so these thrusters here are for forward, back, left, right, up and down. You can find the center of gravity of your vehicle by clicking that key right there. So notice that these thrusters are on the center of the vehicle, the center of mass of the vehicle. So when I fire these thrusters, it doesn't rotate the craft because these thrusters basically push through the center of mass because there's two on each side. So if I wanted to go backwards, I'd fire that thruster and fire that thruster, or hit N on the keyboard and it'll fire those, and we have 4 thrusters, 1, 2, 3, and 4, that are all equidistant from the center of mass, right? So now we can go forward and back. If we're going left to right, when these thrusters fire, that one right there and the one on the other side, it'll fire that way, and basically it'll translate the spacecraft. The spacecraft will do this, or forward and back like that, or if we're looking at it from this side, it'll go left to right. Those are the translation thrusters. Now, my rotational thrusters are the thrusters that are built into the command pod to begin with. These RCS thrusters right there actually work. Those ones up there are for yaw, pitch, and roll. Okay? So, if we pitch, it'll fire that thruster right there. Pitch up, pitch down. 1, 2, 3, and 4. If we yaw, it'll be 1, 2, 3, and 4. And because those are out in front of our center of mass, when we fire, it's going to rotate around the center of gravity. An effective force here is basically acting like a fulcrum on the spacecraft and getting it to turn. Now, my rotational thrusters are a little close to the center of mass, so sometimes it goes up like this, but it does work. My pleasure, Commander. Keep up the great stream. Thanks, Kender. I appreciate the raid. No problem, MGB. So, me personally, in Kerbal, what I like to do is make sure that I have dedicated translate thrusters and dedicated rotate thrusters. Keep these thrusters up there for yaw, pitch, and roll. Keep these ones here for translate. The reason why is because sometimes if the SAS in Kerbal is trying to roll, or if it's trying to roll right and translate right at the same time, the thruster, if you try to send 2 commands, you're not going to produce double the thrust. So you could basically gimbal lock a thruster. So if you try to like pitch, if your pitch thrusters and your if your pitch thruster and your up thruster is the same thing, right? You tell it to do both things at once, it's just going to do one and you'll lose control. I like having dedicated thrusters for yaw, pitch, and roll, and dedicated thrusters for translate up, down, left, right, forward, and back. That's a good design. It's a good way to do it. It's tried and tested. Because check this out. Look at the Apollo capsule. Translate thrusters, rotate thrusters. Old tricks are the best tricks. This capsule that I made is kind of modeled a little ways after the CSM. Because that works. You go with what works. Keep it simple. Don't try to do something dumb. Don't you want rotational thrusters to be closest to the center of mass? Anything for yaw, pitch, and roll, Lazarus, you want far away from your center of mass. As far as you can go. So, ideally, my yaw, pitch, and roll thrusters would be better further away from the center of mass because then they have more effective moment over the vehicle. This thruster, being double the distance, like up here from the center of mass, will, one like pulse of it will cause us to rotate more because it's further away if it was up there, but yeah. Causation with a tier 1 sub. Welcome to Mission Control, your go at throttle up. Thank you. Number 1 tip in rocket science. Yeah, don't try to overcomplicate things. You know, you see stuff in like Star Wars, you see stuff in like Star Trek. Don't try to do stuff like that. Try to keep it simple. You really don't want to complicate things. This gets out of hand real quick. But yeah, that's what I do with RCS. Now, another thing to learn here is that, so when the pod is separated from the capsule, right? Let me find a heat shield here. When the pod's separated from the capsule here, right? It's just the heat shield, and I still have RCS after I separate the service module. The yaw, pitch, and roll thrusters are still there. Now, don't get me wrong. Our center of mass is basically right here. So the yaw and the pitch thrusters are not going to do anything. But the roll thrusters will do something. My Kestrel capsule here has Marvin inside, obviously. But if we can zoom in a little ways here and look, I have a spare set of monopropellant tanks in here. But they're only on one side. There's two of them, and they're on the capsule side. They're in there. The reason why is because when the capsule is separate, I want my center of gravity to be off to one side. I want the center of gravity to be over here somewhere. Not directly on the center line like this. You don't want that. Mine's offset to one side a little. Now, why? Why would you want this? Well, fun fact, that's how they steer the capsules back down. Check this out. The Apollo command module purposely has a center of gravity that's shifted off of the x-axis, or the long axis of the vehicle. Why? Well, that's so you can steer it back down. How are you going to keep the capsule stabilized if your center of mass is right on the center? You're basically subject to aerodynamics at that point, and wherever you go is wherever you go. If your center of mass is down here, and you still have your roll control RCS, if you take this capsule and you, for instance, rolled it 90 degrees to one side when you go to re-enter, because the center of mass is down here, the capsule is going to end up pitching like this, because center of mass wants to go first. The roll control thrusters on my capsule control the angle of attack of the heat shield. All right? So when we're coming back through during re-entry, my roll control RCS, we just roll the capsule like this. You can roll it left, you can roll it right, you can rotate it 180 degrees. In the default position, when the capsule comes down, it's going to come down basically like this. Say our entry velocity is this way, right? Perfectly horizontal on your screen. It's going to default to something like that. If I flip the capsule 180 degrees, well, it's going to default to that. That's changing the angle of attack on your heat shield. This will slow you down more. Flipping it upside down like this, or flipping it right side up like that, will generate more lift. That'll push your trajectory further. If we turn this thing to the side like that, well, guess what? Now is it going to do? It's going to do that during re-entry. That will shift. That'll basically have the heat shield work like a wing, and that'll shift our trajectory to the left. This is how the Apollo engineers figured out how to do yaw, pitch, and roll with a capsule with no control surfaces and no RCS to make it work. They just use roll control and an offset center of mass to be able to rotate the capsule so you could get the right angle of attack with your heat shield, and you could steer the capsule in. That's how they were able to do it precisely. They were able to get the Apollo capsules down very close to the recovery ships, because the astronauts or the computer can steer the thing right down. Every capsule nowadays does this. Every capsule. Dragon does that. Starliner does that. Orion does that. They all do it. There's a very good reason for that, because it's a good way to accurately get down. Even the shuttle did it. That's where I was going with that. The shuttle does that as well. You know how the shuttle does that? S-turns. The S-turns do the exact same thing. So when the shuttle's coming in, right, if it wants to turn going like Mach 10, all the thing does is just do this. Just like the capsule. And then it rotates back to the other side. It does this. And then it rotates back again and does that. And then if it needs to take a left onto a runway, it rotates this way and it stays like that. It is literally the same movement as that. It's the same movement as the Apollo module. Where do you think they got the idea? Pretty cool, huh? That's Spacecraft Design 101. Keep it simple. That Apollo solution, that is simple. That is a simple solution that solves a very complicated problem. And just because it's a simple solution to solve a complicated problem does not mean that it was easy to think up. Simple solutions are often the hardest ones to think up. But that is so elegant. It's so ridiculously well thought out. We still use it to this day. There's no better way to do it. The S-turns were especially for the fact that it couldn't go inverted. Yeah, that has something to do with it. You don't want to roll the shuttle upside down. That especially during re-entry. You don't want to do a barrel roll with that thing. That means fire gets to the place where you don't want fire. Yeah. What's that, Jazos? What the hell? Okay. That's interesting. Fire in spacecraft, what could go wrong? No, nothing. Everything is fine, Pulse. It's all good. But yeah, that's how you do it. Okay, cool. That's Rendezvous, and I mean, we could get those spacecraft down. I could show you it if you guys want. So we could go out to the Kerbal Space Center. We could go to the tracking station. Hopefully it loads this time. I said hopefully it loads this time. Best system is no system. That's right. Yeah, simply, exactly. Best part is no part. Take your design, boil it down in a crucible, get it to its raw idea, and execute that idea. Don't try to add stuff that you don't need. That's especially true for spacecraft. That's true for any type of engineering. Mechanical, aeronautical, software engineering is definitely like that. You know, why use 10 lines of code when 2 do trick? It's true for any type of engineering. You gotta make it as simple as possible. Shout louder, KSP can't hear you. It would be nice if it loaded. Do you plan to make an Agena target vehicle? Smitty, we could. We could, but yeah, I think this thing is kaput. But yeah, cool stuff on spacecraft design. Gotta keep it simple, dudes. And you especially got to keep it simple in KSP 2, because if you try to do something complicated, the game's going to do that. It's going to be like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, Tars, everybody sits here and says, oh, you know, it's so broken. Kerbal's so broken. Yeah, of course it is. It's rough. It's rough as hell. But you know what, man? The thing about rocket science is, you know, it's about overcoming crazy difficulty, right? What I like to do is bug squash. I like to figure out ways around the bugs that are in the game. Because that's fun. It's a fun challenge for me. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure people aren't getting the same entertainment out of this as me. You know? I'm pretty sure people are a little pissed. But that's fine. You know? But, man, I like it. I like doing this way. Is that bad? I'm a glutton for punishment, man. It's no good. Send help. Keep it simple. Great advice. Hurts my feelings every time. Yeah. Alright. So I find that going out here, putting Marvin in the pod out on the pad for a second, fixes everything. Marvin, you doing okay in there? Marvin is my autopilot. If you clip a part inside of the capsule, it shows up on the Kerbal cameras. Dude, that's still funny to me. That's still funny. Do we go now, Phoebe? No. I have spacecraft up there already. Alright, let's go to the tracking station. Oh, it loaded that time. Hot dang. Alright, recover that one down there. Close. Now, if we go over here to the control. Copium. Oh my goodness. What happened in there? The struts because it's the same craft file. The struts tried to run. The struts because they're the same craft file. They tried to connect to, because it's the same thing. They tried to connect to their homes on the other craft file. That's awesome. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, those struts have the same serial number as those struts. So if you dock two of these crafts together, it thinks they're the same craft and the game tries to run the struts to the other one. That's pretty funny, dude. I'm going to leave that one there. We'll leave that there. I'm going to make a save of this. We're going to call that save Kerbal Struts Drive Me Nuts. That's awesome, dude. It's pretty funny. All right, go over to the tracking station, and I'll take that craft and combine 9. We're going to have to figure out a way to get them back down, huh? Or we could just pop it, but yeah. I'll leave that one there. We'll just, we'll just do the right thing and just pretend we didn't see that. The tentacles of Doc Ock. Yeah. No re-entry heat yet. You could land it as one unit. You know what, Pi? We'll do that because it's funny. We'll do that because it's funny. I would show you about how you can rotate the pod about its axis and stuff, but yeah, we're not doing that right now. What we are doing is this. Which rocket engine fires? Okay, that one fires. This is gonna be so stupid. Okay, make sure we're controlling from there. Find retrograde. Oh, the Kerbals have struts going through them. Oh my goodness. What do you do? Yeah, guys, this is very, very broken. This is not just a bunch of struts connecting to each other. I think this is very, very broken. Final destination. Marvin's good. He's like, Marvin likes the struts. He's like, yes, these help me stay in place better. Meep, meep, meep. Can you get orbits like James Webb? Not in stock KSP, Daimar. You'd need to download KSP1 in a mod called Principia if you want to do something like that. James Webb's orbit at Earth-Sun Lagrangian 2 is very... You need n-body physics to do something like that. Technically, James Webb is orbiting around a neutral point in gravity between the Earth and the Sun. Yeah, it's... That's complicated. Yeah, it's not in a Lagrangian point, it's orbiting around it, which is just alright. Yeah, you can see the struts. Durden's just like, this is fine. I'm a unicorn now. Okay, shut that off. Okay. Jettison the service modules. I am not 100% sure what's going to happen here, but either way, it's going to be a lot of fun, right? This is fine. I'm leaving this save Waldhar for other times. Yeah, I'll probably send this off to the devs, dude. I'll send this one off to the devs. The struts are gone. Yeah, they're over there. So, you know, we got that going for us, which is nice. Yeah, Tars, there's... Okay, docking the same spacecraft together seems like a no-no right now. I would say let's, you know, we probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, Durden seems fine. They seem happier now that they're not being impaled by struts. Cold welding confirmed. Oh, what? That's not Marvin. That's Bob in a Marvin suit. Yeah, Bob, what the hell do you think you're doing? Look at the eyes. That's not a Marvin. That's Bob. SMH my head, Bob. Just put the Marvin suit. Yeah, it's me. That's me. I'm a Marvin. How'd Bob get in there? I have no idea. I did not put him in there. I don't know how that happened. I'm not even kidding. I have no idea. I mean, look, didn't even do the Marvin suit right. We might want to drogues. Guys, I'll bet you the decoupler will come up, will be able to jettison if we jettison the first capsule. But there's Kerbals in that thing. Oh, hey, we got drogues. Oh, dear. I have concerns. Yeah. Yep, the parachutes are showing up on camera. Yeah. Bob in a freaking Marvin suit. Okay. She's like, this is fine. This is fine. I don't think so, Lunchbox. This may be a rip now. We're good. I got this. It's your boy. It's your boy. It's your boy. I got this. What? I have this situation under control. Don't look at me like that. It's fine. Fine for who exactly? It's fine for us. Nothing to see here. Everything is fine, O-Force. See? We good. This one's just falling a little faster because, you know, the service module's still attached, but... Yeah, check this out, fellas. Resource transfer. In the resource transfer window, it does not pick up us as having any liquid fuel, nor will it let me activate the engine. So the game thinks that that thing is decoupled, but it's not. So yeah, avoid docking two vehicles that are the same craft file together. Yeah, I would avoid doing that. But we got one splashdown. Oh, okay. Water physics are a work in progress right now. I think we're sinking. This is fine. Is the other capsule touchdown yet? Yeah, if you could just hurry up, that'd be great. We are, Wait, are we coming back? -52. Hey! The parachutes were sinking us? Or something? You can make boats, Pine, but I think I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that the water physics are a little bit of a work in progress. Yeah, I think that would be... I think that would be a wise thing to say. If you have enough parachutes, you can build submarines. Hey! Alright, recover both of these. Please. Does the crew cabin have any use for... It will later, Laruko, when you're moving Kerbals around. Aren't the bugs so much fun? They don't bother me, dudes. Like, they really don't. Whatever. They'll get fixed. I just don't think I hit a quick save there, so we might just need to leave that where it is. Stop having fun! Yeah. It is what it is, dudes. I don't let it bother me. It's just a game. Deploy the chutes. We need to go deeper. Oh, hey. Hey, the service module separated. Hell yeah. Nice. All right, let's do this way. So let's go to the Space Center. Go to the VAB. Astro, Kerbal is pretty rough, but it's not bad. It's just rough. Truck. Huh. How do we fix this one? How do we fix this one? Training center. I win. I win. Hey, we got the capsules recovered. That's what I was trying to do. I did it. It just took a little bit of finesse. Yeah, I'm gonna send that one off. We'll send that one off to the devs, I think. I dropped some big hydrogen balls last night by accident, and they're incredibly durable when empty. Balls. Alright, cool. Good to know. Yeah, like I said, the game's a bit rough. Game's a bit rough. Have devs been on stream yet? No, they haven't. No, yeah, I really broke this. It's the same save breaking thing that was happening before. So how did we fix that previously? How did we fix it? What did we do? It's debris. There's debris. We gotta get rid of the debris. We deleted stuff on orbit and that fixed it. It didn't load the quick save, dudes. So you want to click, you want to destroy debris. Sometimes, yeah, see, that's not doing it. Click here, focus on it, and then right click and hit the destroy key. See? That's what does it. Now the real key is if that is this thing borked. Let's load that up. Let's try doing this through map view. No, that doesn't work. Go to the Space Center. Go to the tracking station. Focus. Recover. Okay. Focus. Recover. Now take the debris out there. Interesting. All right. This is a strange one. It's a strange one, chat. Yeah, Bruce, menu settings reduce debris to 0. Yeah. That's really screwed. Yep, gone now. Yep. Deleting the debris again from that pod mission. Fixed it. Yeah, Yarg, I was hesitant to change that, but yeah, cool. All right. Have you been to Jewel yet? No, Pine, I haven't. The maneuver nodes are all screwed up for me. They don't like working. Okay. Hang on, I gotta check something. Listen to this awesome synth rock here. It's different Kerbals every time, believe it or not. Oh, look, the orbital transfer one is figured out. I'm trying to see what time the docking coverage. What time does the docking coverage happen? NASA TV coverage will resume at 11:30. Okay, cool. We got some time. Sweet. Sweet. All right. I say screw with planes now. Let's figure out some stuff with the airplane. See if we can build something cool. Hey, my truck. Sweet. All right. Guys, I'm just going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be back momentarily. Enjoy looking at the truck. See? Be right back 1 second. You can tell it's be right back because it says be right back. AKA the tree. No, shut up. I'll be back in a second, okay? Waste tanks evacuated. Beep, 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 beep. All right. Who was the third astronaut to walk on the moon? Conrad. Then Al Bean right after him. Does the tree now match the truck? Yes. How much do clothes cost in the Matrix? Please sit on my face. All right. Sorry. All right. I'm totally not out of breath because I sprinted to and from the house and back. That's totally not what happened. I'm out of breath because I was watching Cops, okay? All right, cool. Now that that's out of the way, you guys want to try to build an airplane? I can fly. I'm pilot. Let's go for a drive? What's that? Watching Cops chasing you? No. Jason, what are those rover wheels? Did you put your nuts on my drum set? Well, it sounds like you did. You know, I found a chip in my drum set. Well, you know, my drum set's a guy. A hypersonic blended wing. You can't make this easy, can you? Wait, are those rover wheels new? Whoa. Whoa. That's cool. What's the top speed of these wheels, Jason? Oh, I see what they are. I see what that wheel is. Yeah, yeah. Top speed is slow. Okay. Add missiles to the plane? It's a cargo. But it's a cargo plane. If I remember correctly, this plane does not fly very well. The missiles are the cargo. I think they got a word for that, for a cargo plane that carries around missiles, G. I think that's called a bomber. I think that's called a bomber. Messing with airplanes. Let's go. No, a bomber is a jacket. Guys, you know what? You know, now that I'm really looking at this plane, I think it's a mail plane. You know how I can tell? The little balls. Little balls. What is wrong with you? It's the little balls. Thank you, Scimitar. Thank you for getting it, man. Damn. Unlike these other uncultured swines. All right, so let's mess with planes here. So, you know what? You know what I want to do? I just want to build a plane that flies. Like, is that weird? I just want to build a plane that flies well. This plane flies, like Schmidt. Yeah. Did you say we have a plethora of cargo? Yes. Yes, Shake and Bake, you have a plethora. Oh, okay. Clouds. All right, let's see what this thing does. Yeah, not bad. We need more roll control. I'm gonna use this as kind of a test, because we gotta make a better plane than this. Looks stable enough to add some missiles. Is there any cargo in there? No. It's going good, Tweets. How about you? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know what? I've decided we need to test something. Shut the SAS off. We need to dial in some trim here. Yep. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright. Today I learned. Yep. Kerbal does not like that. We just obliterated Bill. Yep. Okay, cool. Yep, it didn't like that. What I want to see is if they can use the mag boots to walk around inside of the cargo bay. Can we do that? Here, you know what? I have to... Let's open this sucker up. And this plane flies like common street trash, so we're gonna need to mess with it a little bit. We're gonna need to do that. Give it some incident. Nothing, just an incident. Alright. So, give me lander can. Nothing, just an incident. Alright now. That's better. This is how we did this in Kerbal, but if you tried to EVA them out of the plane, they would always just, well, die. Yeah, that's the word. That's the word I'm looking for. There we go. Bill, you're going to be our test pilot for today. There we go. Yeah, just take that and move it down a little ways. All right, cool. All right, let's see what it can do. Ready? Save. Plan. Access tier 2, 84 months. Thank you. All right, let's see. Okay, awkward. All right. Also, the noise. Okay, Bill, you just stay right there. Don't worry, everything is going to be fine. You just... Yep. Is Nailed it. Why did those rear wheels steer? Please, for the love of God, stop turning. Why did those steer? Who thought that was a good idea? Boom! Where'd all the files go? What do you think about the negative reviews? I don't know, man. It seems like people, you know, listened and heard that the game was early access and then got really pissed off when they got in here and figured out that early access doesn't mean 1.0. That's what that seems like, but I don't know, man. I'm having fun with the game. So that doesn't really work too well. Task failed successfully. Oh, nice shots, goalie. Very nice, dude. You were super close, dude. You will in good time, Camium. Don't peepo me. No, dude, you'll have it in good time. Absolutely. Crew 6 docking starts in about 3 hours. That's when the docking coverage happens. Yeah, it did sound like that, Zach, didn't it? For the ear holes, your mic's getting better. All right. Maybe, Doom. I don't know. Might take a break, dude. I went a little hard yesterday, dude. I had to go to a doctor's appointment at like... I had to wake up for a doctor's appointment at like 7:30 in the morning. So I was up from like 7:30 in the morning till like 2, 3 in the morning last night. And I am... Hi. I am... Hello. Alright, goalie, let's see. Oh, missed a good part. Wait for it, chat. Guys, I'm turning it up. Headphone users, I'm turning it up. Seriously, I'm gonna do it. I'm turning it up. Yes, it is loud enough to set off car alarms. I love that noise, dude. Oh yeah, Auto Junkie. It'll probably never get, that story will probably never get told, but SLS set off a lot of car alarms. Let me put it to you like that. Falcon 9's a tiny rocket. That's a tiny rocket. Compared to the like Saturn V, SLS, Starship, that thing's little, that thing's tiny, and it's setting off car alarm. Oh, did you get to staging? Dude, this is a great track. All right, should have, what time? Should have Miko here in another like 10 to 15 seconds. Watch, the light will go out and there you go. And then upper stage. Ah, you lost it. Oh, lost the track. How many engines on Falcon 9? 9. 9 engines in the first stage, a single engine in the second stage. So a little bit of thing about like Merlin engines. Merlin engines, there's 9 of them in Falcon 9 that produce about 950 kilonewtons of thrust a pop, which is pretty good. 950 kilonewtons, so pretty powerful. A Saturn V engine produces 6,700 kilonewtons. One of them. One of the F1 motors. 6,700 kilonewtons of thrust. And there's 5 of them. That's what I mean about power. Saturn V is power.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Space Shuttle is power. And I'm not trying to downplay Falcon 9. Falcon 9's amazing. It's one of the best rockets ever designed. Ever. Ever. By a long shot. But yeah. It ain't powerful. SLS has like 6 times, not 6. 4 times the amount of thrust at liftoff. Breezy, 35 months. Isn't SpaceX trying to make a bigger rocket? Yeah, it's called Starship. Pine. Starship is basically what happens if you took like a Saturn V and a space shuttle and tried to make them into one vehicle. Beast mode, dude. Yeah. Oh, dude, hold on. I don't know if you guys... Hold on. I don't know if you've seen the first stage from this thing, but it is an absolute chonker. Look at this rocket is unreal. SpaceX is cooking up this right now. And we should hopefully see a launch of this thing soon. That tower is 500 feet tall. The tower. 150 meters tall? The booster. The first stage booster. That thing is as tall as Falcon 9. And it's about 3 times the width. That's a 9-meter core. Starship is as big as the space shuttle's external tank. And that's what the booster looks like from the business end. How many rockets you want, Elon? Yes. Dude, this is what SpaceX is cooking up, Pine, and it is righteous. That's gonna, dude. And you know what the crazy part about it is, guys? See the tower? The tower next to it? So this thing, the tower, see the arms on the tower? They're gonna try to catch the booster coming back down. So instead of like landing and deploying landing legs, SpaceX wants to get the booster next to the tower and have the tower whoosh, grab the thing in mid-flight. And this thing exists too. 2 of them actually. There's another one next to 39A. Like, okay. Yeah, they want to try to catch the first stage. Yeah. I love your stream, both educational, super funny. Thanks, Del. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Dude, it is righteous. It is righteously crazy. In fact, on my splash screen, that was one of the Starship test flights where the thing actually, they were testing the thing to come down and land. That's not a graphic. That's real. That actually happened. The thing came down, flipped over, and landed. It was nuts, dude. Yeah. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous. Can we watch the Artemis 1 launch? Boosters. Sure, real quick. Let me find the footage. Here you go. Oh, this is the slow-mo footage. Do you think it's doable to catch it? Hi, Vise, I think they'll do it. Nice pictures, goalie. That was a good day. Or night. And yeah, on NASA's image archive there is just some of the footage that they have is just. Yeah, they have all kinds of great pictures. Like this one's pretty cool. Booster separation. Watch, ready? Cool, huh? It was cool seeing SRBs separate again, man. That was really cool. Here.
Is our first four.
Off our great Artemis 1.
3.
And launch Artemis 1.
Here we go.
4-stage engine start.
Zan cracks. I don't do that.
2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
That's pretty good, man.
SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour.
The harder the climb, the better the view. We showed the Space Coast tonight. What a beautiful view it is. The
freaking interlaced, dude. Did you see that? It's the interlaced footage there.
Give it code.
Yeah, the other footage is around, dude. I have to go find it. You have to go digging for it. But man, was that fun, dude. I covered that live here. Yeah. We watched the whole thing. I was there for all the scrubs that happened, all the wet dress rehearsals, everything. I was there for all of it. As much as they could show. Fun, man. Anyway. You know what, fellas? You guys were talking about taking that break. I might do that, and I might save planes, doing plane stuff for tomorrow, if you don't mind. Yeah, nuclear, maybe. Oh, dang, Ethernet almost took it out again. Yeah, right. Yeah, guys, I think I'll save doing plane stuff for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll try to build a plane and go explore Kerbal and see what we can find. I'm gonna take a break, but I will be back for Crew 6 docking at 11:30. Give me an ad? All right. Let's see if we can raid somebody in the meantime. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the tutorials and going to Duna and everything today. That was fun. We're having some pretty good fun with Kerbal. It's getting a little chunky at times, but it's okay. We'll get there. Ad time. Another great stream. I'm glad you guys are having fun. I'm having fun too, but I am a little bit tired right now. I'm trying to look, see who's around. Great stream. 1,000 points for creativity. Right on, Pine. Right on. We'll get into building a good plane tomorrow. I'll see if we can cook up something. You guys ever watch Silicon Valley? Or this show, Silicon Valley? Nice cap. Thank you, Erudite. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad you guys like it. You guys, if you ever watch Silicon Valley, you probably know who this is, right? Hang on. Richard Hendricks. So no, that's Thomas Middleditch. His username is Middletwitch, which is funny as hell. He's playing Red Dead RP. I want to raid him. if you guys don't mind. You guys want to go raid him? Let's watch. Let's drop a raid in there for now and see what he's up to. Yeah. Let's go see what Richard Hendricks is up to. I don't know if we should go in there and call him that or something, but here. We'll raid him. Go throw the panels in there. Guys, I will be back at 11:30, so that's in about 2.5 hours. I'm going to go make myself some food, and I actually got to send off some save files to the devs. So go see what middle Twitch is up to. And we'll see what's going on there. Go give him a raid. That should be fun. I don't know what he's going to do. He might freak out. I don't know him. I've never raided him before. I've been watching, though. He's doing Red Dead Redemption RP. It's pretty damn funny, actually. So, go see what's going on there, and I'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Thank you very much for watching. See you in a bit.